man, I love how you can press R2 on the screen. Oh, there it is. L2. This is gunshot sound? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go big into the themes on this game because they're important to talk about, but we're gonna need to talk about postmodern critiques of systems. We're gonna have to talk about systemic oppression, the existence of both, like, capitalism, patriarchy, and how they relate to, you know, the founding of America and the way that America's culture leaks out of our own country. And we're also going to have to talk about the way that those systems provide to us expectations that we have of both ourselves and others, and the things that we consume in a way that is harmful and oppressive. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. You know, games are just supposed to be fun. You know, games are just fun. And we're just gonna have a fun time playing them. Ow. It's gonna be a time. Oh god, I love this game so much. And it's wild that this came out in 2001. Here we go. So this is one thing I talked about when we played Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance wound up adding an entire book to explain the previous game called In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, which is written by one of the characters from this game. This is what she did after that game, is she wrote like a tell-all thing about Shadow Moses, which is great. Some topics in the recent American past have the immediacy and power that still engage our collective imagination. Names like the Grassy Knoll or Roswell roll off our tongue with deliberateness reserved by most other nations for holy lands. With this new non-fiction account from Nastasha Romanenko, Shadow Moses, the scene of a nuclear siege 2 years ago, is set to join their ranks. So here's what's interesting about this is the likening to events in American history to Holy Lands. This game wants to discuss the mythologizing of American history. It's an important thing to talk about. Yeah, 2 months after 9/11. And in fact, some scenes in this game had to be changed because of those events. Official history states the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal facility on a lonely outpost on the Fox Islands, Alaska, was the work of a radical far-right group. Their demands for the release of group members incarcerated in federal penitentiaries were never met, and the incident was speedily resolved by the successful deployment of a commando unit. BS. One of the most controversial allegations in the book deals with this figure's connection to a disavowed Russian militia led by a Colonel Gurlukovich. Romanenko paints a bleak picture of a 1,000-strong, highly disciplined army with nuclear weaponry operating covertly within the American border. Even more irresistible to conspiracy scholars and students of recent history is her thinly veiled suggestion that the whole affair was planned from the beginning by certain forces inside the US government. I feel like this reviewer doesn't quite believe these claims, right? The U.S. Army and the usual suspect of federal agencies have issued a statement denouncing the book as a complete fabrication. With a number of detailed eyewitness accounts that back up the author's assertions cropping up daily on the web, the denials serve more to enhance the book's growing reputation. It's an engaging read for casual and serious readers alike and promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter for many years to come. Excerpted from the literary review column All Booked Up of the New York Mirror. So, oh man. Okay. The quote here, engrossing read for casual and serious readers alike, and promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter. That's what I want to talk about and probably focus on for probably all of this playthrough. Probably all of this. So, what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about societal expectations and the way that they provide some manner of control. I want to talk about systemic control in terms of the existence of things like patriarchy and capital as systems of oppression rather than the actions of individuals. And the other thing I want to talk about is the nature of truth derived from facts. because I feel like in Metal Gear Solid 1, the narrative winds up like kind of twisting and turning in different ways that provide you some answers to the questions you're having. It creates a narrative that's a little bit, confusing and a little bit complicated, but they wind up unraveling at the end. And this game is like, what happens if you're provided with a whole bunch of facts, but none of them point to a singular truth? What happens if facts contradict each other? Then you have to probably emotionally decide which ones to believe and which ones to discount. This game provides you with like a narrative experience that is vague and contradictory on purpose because there is no singular truth, right? It's wild. I love it. I've never played a game before or since that does something like this, and it's amazing. I just hope you love it. Did you know this story is fictional, though? Any similarities to real life are an entire coincidence.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago.
Complete coincidence.
We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Sniffer? Ah, musky gear. Gosh, the attention to detail. Like, this is a remaster, but like, this game looks this good on PS2. Like, for a PS2 game, this game is incredible. 22 years old. There's a slight texture filtering, and it's playing in a higher resolution, because I'm playing the HD collection, but like... like 200 times. It's so good. Did you also like Terminator? Do you remember the Terminator?
Oh boy, he's right on schedule.
He's flipping a gun in the helicopter. I'm also liking his hand back. Great question, Dyer. Super good question, actually.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I think that's the first time
Landing
that line
impacts.
comes up.
We must have... Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
Let's get y'all caught up.
Do.
And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
.com. Welcome to the .com boom.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence.
Yeah,
We
this
need to
is
find
the
out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
Looks like mission parameters
Looks like we're not the
changed.
only one.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry.
He's got the Yushenka and everything.
I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it. Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best. How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it, 140.96. I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Same as Shadow Moses, that's handy. Funny you should bring that up. That's very funny that you should bring that up. I need to talk about... I'm not sure how in-depth I want to go with this, but I want to point something out before we get even into it, and that is that, class, what are your expectations of a video game sequel? What do you believe that a sequel should do? The same but more better? Yeah, very much so. Use the earlier game as a jumping off point to explore new territory? Sure. Resolve any loose ends for the first game? Okay, yes. We've already done that in this one, right? Because we get to see Colonel Gurlukovich, who was mentioned in Metal Gear Solid 1 but never really gone into. We got to see Ocelot, he's back. We know what he did with the Metal Gear test data. He sold it on the internet. Yeah. We're already getting some of the questions from the first game answered. Destroy the previous game's assumption. That's what I like to hear. I feel like a lot of people have played this tanker a bunch, right? This whole tanker section is very, very cool. It was shown off during previews. It was released as a demo. It's awesome. It's also a miniature recreation of Shadow Moses. It is events from the first game that were particularly memorable distilled into a miniature environment that recreates those moments in an interesting way, down to being outside during a storm in an environment with a bunch of water, using our binoculars to look at a bunch of ways into a guarded facility. There's even an upper part and a lower part, and you can get in either way. The outside of this area is very similar to the helipad section in Metal Gear Solid 1, and we are going to descend into the depths of this ship in order to shoot and potentially destroy the Metal Gear. We're just doing it with a camera instead of a rocket launcher this time. I don't know how many people pick this up, but like, it's incredibly important. And it's very cool. God, I love this game. The fact that you can lean around walls, that you can tranquilize enemies, that bodies remain after like knocking people out or killing them, the fact that like your wet footprints will leave trails that people will follow, the fact that the tranquilizers take a different amount of time to take effect depending on where you shoot people with them. There is so much detail in this game that I don't know if I can even tell you all of it.
Hello gamers, has Bun blown his Metal Gear Solid load all over the place yet?
A little bit.
Do you want to save, Snake?
Alright, hopefully Otacon will give us a little bit of
Snake, you
advice.
Of course know the saying, one for all for one?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think.
Are you sure?
You need to take this to heart.
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
I don't know if that was the theme of the Three Musketeers. Oh, the picture-in-picture of him spotting my foot is so fucking wild. Alright, I'm gonna point out just a lot of the little interactions because this whole tanker area was made so that you could like play around with all of the physics. So if you shoot this HD TV, it like dies out because it's like a plasma screen. Yeah, this is like a 50% tech demo. You can shoot every single one of these bottles and glasses individually. They all have different physics on them. It's such a tech demo. This guy down here is covered in bugs.
Freeze.
The reason he's got all the bugs on him, the bugs are actually following that ration because their ration is rotten. And if you pick it up, the buggies will follow you too. It's silly. It's the guard. They put bugs in him.
They put bugs in him!
What? Oh my god. It's hilarious. This is just Metal Gear Solid 1 but better. It kind of is. In a lot of ways.
Chat, I think we can all imagine that Bun is just squirming around in his seat, happy to be here, happy to be playing his favorite game, and we're just happy to see him squirm.
Basically, basically what's going on. Yeah.
I for one am happy to be here, and happy to be watching this. May I say, adorable Bun play a game they like so much.
So there's a laser grid here, and a bunch of explosives, and if you trip that laser grid, it explodes. Almost like the exit for the tank hangar, which had both mines and lasers. Do what you dare. Shout out his radio, and now he can't call for help. Alright, I'm gonna head up these stairs, but hey, do you remember when you get down to the basement of the nuclear warhead storage building, there's that part where Gray Fox killed a bunch of people, and there's that cool cutscene where there's a bunch of bodies in a hallway? Do you remember that scene? It was pretty wild.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
You'd think. But, you know, it didn't. You know, with the positioning of this, I said that this boss fight probably is an allusion to the fight with Ocelot, but it's entirely possible that given its position after the cutscene where we see a bunch of, like, dead bodies in, like, that hallway scene, I would say that this could be a reference to the Gray Fox fight, or it's just conflating the two of them.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
Danger Ops? Will it hurt baby top of his head? It's Meryl again, but Russian?
Hands over your head.
Yeah.
Now.
He's even holding her up.
Toss your gun overboard.
Like, Meryl held him up? She's so cool.
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Okay, so what's neat about this is that her relationship to Gurlukovich mirrors that of Campbell and Meryl in Metal Gear Solid 1, where Meryl holds up Snake in MGS1, Snake holds up Olga in MGS2. So, like, there are symbolic parallels between the two, but with some important differences in that, like, we're not on Olga's side, we were on Meryl's side. So isn't it neat that we get, like, these little moments where we're kind of, like, during this whole tanker section, speed running the events of Shadow Moses. We're just, like, getting little snippets. It's like a greatest hits collection of Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
I've been with the unit since I was born. I
Little
grew up
sneaking
on the
sections.
battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies.
Whoever you are, you're
At this
not
rate, I'm gonna miss
stopping
out
us.
on some of the other mechanics she has during this fight. One of which is she can make cover with this blanket here,
Dang.
so you could shoot the wires.
Let's talk to a well-adjusted person.
Or this one, where she shove this light in your face, but you could shoot the light out. And you can do that way earlier in the fight, too. And now she doesn't have any cover because we got rid of the clock physics. Let me try to go for... There we go. And you can also, like, shoot the tarp way earlier, too. She also slows down as you tranquilize her. Yeah. Completely different story when coming down. I'm not sure
Cypher.
Who they are.
Hey kids,
do?
remember
We've
when
ID'd
we
the
thought
old man.
drones were
Who
gonna
is
be
he?
like that?
Sergei.
That's a real
Gurlukovich,
drone.
One of Ocelot's allies.
That's a real thing.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought. Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual. It was a tip. An anonymous tip. I have a younger sister. A stepsister. We have different parents.
She's the hacker known as Anonymous.
E.E.
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my
Step-bro?
eye, you know? Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
All right, here, check this out. This is a Navy Cypher. It's a real heckin' thing. That's a real drone that existed. I don't know if they could fly in a storm like this, but you know. Also, you still can't kill her here because there's no ammo for your USB. And by the time you get some, she'll be gone. Which is a cute way of making it so that you can't kill Olga. Like, you can't do it. They didn't even have to have a mission fail state. Let me grab these Thermg. Wet box. So if you come in from outside of the rain, you can see snakes leaving like footprints. And if guards see those, they will follow them. I love that you can hear the rain near the windows. God, this game is so good. The office area before the mantis fight? Exactly, yes. Oh, hey, what happened when we went, like, downstairs? Like, oh man, in Metal Gear Solid, when you were on your way to, like, the Metal Gear, like, you went down an elevator, and it was a really cold room, and then you had a boss fight against some kind of guy. Oh man, I love that guy.
Raven.
Oh man, I love that guy. Shooting the little BBs. No? There it is. Alright, let me teach you a trick for this room right here. And knock out 2 guards at the same time. They're right in the exact position you need to do that, right when you enter the room, so...
Freeze.
No! Well, that's really cute. No!
You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
I don't even wanna be right. Shoot that one. So this room is interesting because it's like a hallway that you need to get a gun in order to get past. So it's kind of similar to like the electrified floor or the fight with Sniper Wolf.
Arizona Bridge checkpoint pass.
Okay, so lean against the wall, wait for the guard to stop, and then you want to lean out.
What? Somebody there?
And then just wait a minute. Are you kidding me? I had a cold?
Spreading flour on the dungeon floor and the torches take care of the rest.
Snake, you okay? Snake!
Right. Hopefully,
Somebody there?
I won't sneeze this time. I really hope I don't sneeze this time. Snake, don't sneeze. Don't you dare. Don't you do it! I'd be so mad if you do it.
Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
This guy I love because he can't hear a single thing you do. Because he's just jamming out. He's just jamming out to music and he can't hear a single thing. And then there's this guy who will hear us, but he's a sleepy boy. He feels asleep. Him eepy.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch. Sir, the Marine commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the halls have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
There's cute little interactions with the environments during this scene. Like you can get steam out of the pipes, all the lights can get shot out. There you go.
Who goes there?
God, I love his outfit in this game. It's so wild.
What the?
What a normal man. What is just a regular guy? Ocelot's so cool.
The
just
Colonel will
normal
be
men.
joining you soon, comrade.
We're innocent men.
I love how he puts his revolver away like a katana in a samurai movie.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the whole...
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe. The men down here are definitely Marines.
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys.
Wonder where they're headed.
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Where's everybody going? Bingo?
Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front, front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking. There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal
Hey,
Gear.
if you already have this footage, why do I need to take a photo? Ah,
Just
fuck
let
it.
someone try that. There's actually one little thing. It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the front of the computer once I have
This
the
game
pictures,
does
right?
such a good job
Well,
of
sure, if you- and one
making
more
Snake
thing, speech.
so
But you
computer
need to get the
literate.
picture, otherwise
It's
they'll spot
amazing.
you in
He's
minutes.
such a boomer.
Longer
Yeah.
if he throws in a joke or two. Okay, but
He's
first the
so
photos.
bad at computer.
All right,
He doesn't
we'll
know
deal
how to
with the
do a
rest
thing
when we
with
get
computer. Full capacity.
Otaken, I need your help opening this PDF file.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
I don't know why these screens switch like this. I don't know what the purpose of this is, but you can go ahead and click this and switch screens.
Sometimes closer to home than you think. There's, in the light of the military, the shift in the balance of order.
There's another one of those Konami girls.
Role in its military affairs.
Metal Gear Solid's a
Enemy is
wild
sometimes
series.
closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to metal. Cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
Snake! Snake!
The best game over in the game.
The current state of nuclear proliferation is
Metal Gear.
This is my favorite Metal Gear design of them all.
It's really good. So this scene is obviously a callback to walking in and seeing the Metal Gear inside the Metal Gear hangar. And now we're going to walk around taking pictures of it, which is similar to when we had to run around and do like the key cards thing. And then, I don't know, what happened in Metal Gear Solid 1? Liquid Snake showed up, the Metal Gear activated, and then Snake had to fight it, right? Something like that. And then there was like an escape sequence, but I don't think any of that's going to happen because Liquid's dead, obviously. So maybe we'll get something else. God, I love this game so fucking much.
greatest children.
By the way, him talking about his daughter, that'll come up later. We're gonna want to know that later on. Okay, here's a fun one. And then when you go back in here,
Technology.
yes.
Human race is about to slide.
So the camera's now pointed way lower because the camera operator's fucking asleep. Little tiny details in this game. They're very weird. They're very silly.
The success of the 1990
Go.
decision
Whee! 5. Oh no. 3. We messed around too much. His speech is almost over.
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. Deploying the program.
God, he just keeps going.
Military interest. With
He's just
plans
freestyling.
billion-
I love it. I love it so much. Also, I can't be the only one reading a certain word on the ground here, can I?
Remember that
Surely I'm not the only one reading. Maybe it's just
disguised oil
Wobe. Yes, exactly. Wobe. I think that if that actually said the word womb, that would be some kind of foreshadowing for an area much later in this game with a Metal Gear in it. I guess we'll get there. Anyway. Oh, I love that this has a login. Incorrect. Incorrect. Snake, please just remember your password.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake?
What if you had
Shot from the
Otacon
right
as
is
like a
in the
Bonzi
bag.
buddy or whatever? It's just a little spyware, but it's Otacon.
Okay, this works. It's a great front view. You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot.
Or are you
This is
just gonna look
great.
at the Metal
The
Gear
Marine's
ones?
lettering shows up really well.
No, look at the other one.
Okay,
I took more
now we have all the
pictures.
photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
Dang.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Gift of the silver tongue.
Gift of the silver tongue.
They say it's the mark of a great
good
officer.
officer.
And of a
End
liar.
of a liar.
Sorry.
Americans are too in love with...
Identify yourself.
Let's go.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver
Ocelot.
Ocelot.
I love the flashbacks are actually just MGS1 screenshots.
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back.
It's called reclamation.
Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo. How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out? Are you still in league with Solidus?
Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
I have so much to talk
I
about.
abandoned Gerlukovich. You and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
I can only barely contain myself, but I can't pause the game.
Sergei, you were long overdue for retirement.
He's so cool.
If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life. Ocelot!
Are they not able to hit him? They'll actually explain. Give us about 20 hours. Or, well, like 10 hours. Yeah. Oh, hey!
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Did you like my sunglasses?
Ouch! Get out of my mind, liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
This is so cool. They didn't need to explain this. They somehow felt the need to in Metal Gear Solid 4 explain why this happens, but they don't need to. There's a movie called, oh god, is it called Idle Hands? Where somebody gets, like, a hand from, like, a murderer, and it goes about trying to, like, kill him and kill other people, and it's silly B-movie schlock. But I'll bet you Kojima's watched it. Are you just gonna shoot at that thing, or what?
I just wonder if these Marines actually think that small arms can harm this thing.
Otacon, we have a problem.
Not only can it roar, it can drink? You know, if you pull out enough, you can turn your Metal Gear Ray white. And with their godly HP stats, they're just made for... That's a high-powered water cutter. They're used for cutting steel in industrial applications. Oh god, it's so cool! This is the best Metal Gear game. I'm just hands down.
Proceeding as planned, sir.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. So, like, what I love about this is that this tanker chapter at the beginning is playing into the expectations of the audience. It's all these great moments from Metal Gear Solid 1 distilled down into a very basic form with so much more on top of them. And it just spoils you. It's Snake and Otacon, and they're talking about Mei Ling and Naomi and all these characters you know. It's all the things you know, but better and prettier and cooler, and Snake's just so much cooler now. He's even better. He's got the stealth camo. You know, he's much more accomplished. Like, Otacon's even more of a dork. There's so much going on here that is just wish fulfillment. It's everything that you could want out of a Metal Gear Solid sequel. It's such good fan service, and I love it so much because it's the setup for pulling the rug out from under the audience so fucking hard. I am so excited because the rest of this game is going to look at Metal Gear Solid 1 and say that the expectations that the audience had about it are wrong, that the messages that people took from Metal Gear Solid 1 are incorrect, and that expecting more Metal Gear Solid is bad. Actually.
It was wrong of you to have expectations, but it's okay. Daddy Kojima will reward you anyway.
There's going to be so much to talk about coming up in just a second. I think we should watch the trailer for this game really quick. This was from E3 2001, just before the game came out. And I want to talk about what it's doing, because this trailer shapes the expectations that players have for the game before it came out, right?
確かにソリッドスネークは死んだ。だが奴はここにいる。生きていたのか、あるいはもう一人だ。
Okay, even this early, what they're showing us and what they're implying are very different than what the plot of this game is. It's already lying to you. By showing you Shadow Moses Island, by showing you Snake during the briefing sections in Metal Gear Solid 1, what it's implying is Liquid Snake is back. Solid Snake maybe faked his death after Shadow Moses, and now he's back to beat Liquid again. Right?
諸君も知っての通り、その契機となったのは
You're all familiar with Shadow Moses. Y'all played Metal Gear Solid 1. You loved it so much. Y'all loved it so fucking much. There's the little Raven stinger. Maybe Vulcan Raven's back. Y'all love him so much. People literally stopped in their tracks to gawk at it. This looks unbelievable for a PS2 game, right? There was a TGS trailer before this one.
私はフォーチュン。
But I chose this trailer because we need to talk about this. Right? Because we need to talk about the way that this trailer lies. I love it. I love it so fucking much. Fucking full-on Kangaroo Jack, this trailer.
Lie to my fucking face. I will never forgive, Kojima. I'll buy you damn game, but I'll never forgive.
Yeah, for those of y'all who haven't seen this game before, what they are showing here is fake. This scene, fake. Pretend. They're trying to make you think, oh look, it's the fucking Gray Fox hallway. Remember that? Y'all loved it so damn much. But now there's a dancing new guy. Hey, Forrest.
Kojima hoodwinking people with the NGS. 2 trailers broke people's brains. People to this day are paranoid Kojima is going to trick them.
It really did, though. Look, he's fighting the Harrier on the Washington Bridge? This trailer is live. In the Arsenal hallway? Okay, so that line will be used in this video game, not in this context, and by removing it from the context it's used in, it means something totally different. Okay, so let's talk about this, because holy shit. The trailer is part of the theme of the game, because the trailer is providing you facts without some of their context that totally changes their meaning in order to make you come to a completely different conclusion. They include things like showing Snake during the fortune fight, which is a very small change from what actually happens, in order to completely fuck up your expectations of what you're getting into in this game. It's so good. Gaslighting is a theme, absolutely, yes. One of the themes of this game, one of the overarching things this game wants to communicate is that information, things like facts, need to be curated in order to have meaning, because facts do not convey truth, because you can use them to prove any truth you want in the right context. And for a game from 2001 to be talking about post-truth societies is fucking outrageous. I love it so much.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Hey, it's Colonel Campbell. We know that guy.
True. The government put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside. The Big Shell. Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in
That's
a sense.
correct. That's Paul Eiding, yes.
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
They kidnapped the president.
Seawater go up with the oil. Toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside strut A of Shell 1.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
We're changing your code name for all following communication. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
Yeah, no need
I've
to
completed
spoil it yet.
300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
It's called a binder.
They call
You'll
this
get
the
used
skull
to
suit
it. Also, if it hurts, stop. You're doing it wrong.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
Okay, two things I want to point out here. This intro section here is exactly the same as Metal Gear 2, and Metal Gear Solid, where it's an underwater infiltration into a highly fortified base, solo with no equipment. They're alluding to the same thing they've done several times before. Also, Raiden here says that he's completed over 300 missions in VR and feels like some kind of legendary mercenary. Legendary mercenary, I believe, is what Mei Ling calls Solid Snake in the opening section of Metal Gear Solid 1 after riding the elevator. It's a very specific wording. I also want to point out, what are VR missions if not video game? Are video game not the same thing as VR? Oh, here's where it is. Okay. This way and then up here. All right. He's so agile. Also, you can do some chin-ups here like this if you want. You can level up your grip. I don't know why you would, but you can. Can you do squats? Absolutely. Seems familiar.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
I'd know that butt anywhere.
Gutsman!
You guessed it, Megathwork!
And Catman here to take my cat!
We need to get an ID, but for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator, a node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd, node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node.
Got it.
It's funny because Snake will often use words that people say to them and ask them as a question, but rarely would say them wrong and be corrected on it. So he's kind of mimicking the way that Snake talks, except failing to do it. So like failing to live up to being Snake. It's almost like the audience comes into this with preconceptions about who we should be playing as and how they should just be snakes. It's almost like the audience is imposing their expectations onto Raiden. So hey, funny stuff here. If we enter, let me see. There we go. It fills out the birthday for you. Isn't that cute? It's cute. It works if you do it for a bunch of other staff members, yeah. For the course of this playthrough, I'm actually going to name our character you. This is us. This is chat. This is you right here. This is going to be you, okay? And your birthday is going to be... What's today's date? April 21st? Oh, hey, happy birthday. Birthday cake. And you're going to be from the US today. You're going to be from America today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, you. Hey, do you remember what this thing that we're typing into is called? It is called a nerd. And I am going to say that the reason that they call this a nerd is because the player is encouraged to enter their own name and information. The nerd playing this game is supposed to put their identity into this computer. I think that theory is a little bit unhinged. I don't know how true it is. However, that this is my theory, is that the reason Raiden calls this a nerd is because it's the player. You nerd playing this. You nerd playing this game. Anyway.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now.
Remember your VR training session.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved.
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
Foxhound analyst that was supposed...
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
It seems like what the player represents is like maybe Snake's will or Snake's like determination to go on. There's an element of player character in this first game, and it's not super clear because like we could be like Snake's soldier senses or something like that. We could be his determination or his will or the je ne sais quoi, the special something that he needs to complete this mission, because we're what Snake's genetics aren't.
Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay, Jack and Rose are the main characters of Titanic, yes. And that's where their names come from. I cannot wait to talk about King Kong and Godzilla. I am on the edge of my fucking seat thinking about it and wanting to talk about it. I will later. Here we go. By the way, I'm not going to be able to cover everything in this game. This game is just outrageously dense. Please ask me if you have any questions about it, because like I'm definitely going to be missing a lot of things to talk about. I'm playing
The
anything.
terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Nice and easy.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
So yes, this is the reason that the trailers were
On
all
the
on.
roof.
We do not play as Snake for the rest of the
Don't
game.
take-
It's the best gaming troll moment in history. Okay, but I want to say, this is done for a reason. It's so good. We can do a couple of things up here that I can show off, like slipping in the bird poop, which is a fun time. Yeah, the lighting and shadows are just so good in this game. It's just a pretty good... Gross.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They said
Only a few people know about your presence. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
So nothing suspicious. Dang it. Okay. I love the detail in this game. There's like shell casings on the ground over here. A little blood from where I got shot. Jeez. This game's ridiculous. There's some things that I am excited to point out. If y'all aren't gonna move, then I'm just gonna go through here. Okay. So, hey, yo, y'all remember in Metal Gear Solid 1 that hallway when we met Gray Fox and there's all those bodies in that hallway and it did that music thing? Shame they never did it again. The worst buy rep ever. There's worse. there's definitely worse. Giving him that good suck.
What are you?
5 today.
Or rather, 6.
Get down!
Strange smell. You smell like...
Are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found. Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
That's a reference to Snake Plissken from Escape from New York.
About an hour ago, a small jet went down inside New York City. The president was on board.
President of what?
Oh, yeah, it's those buggos we found downstairs.
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
I have so much to say about this.
That's right. Foxhound was disbanded. Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing. Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced
Yo, it's VR missions from
but realistic in every
Metal Gear
way.
Solid 1.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier? The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What a gamer.
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
Man got
What
morbed.
was that man just now? The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago. Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen. No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? What are you really doing here?
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream.
Aren't you going to answer him? We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Coordinated your parents give you? Well, he was called Snake before they renamed him to Raiden. So, okay, I have a bunch to talk about. Here we go. All right. So why is Vamp called Vamp if when he's bisexual? Okay. So Vamp is a term for like a type of femme fatale, somebody who like seduces men to like take their money or take advantage of them, right? It's a little bit of an outdated term. Vamp is bisexual because he does that to men and women.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire. It's because he's bisexual.
It's silly and dumb. I love it. So there's two things going on with Raiden that I love, okay? And one of which is this game wants to make you feel some connection to Raiden in like a player-character relationship. Like it wants to pull you into Raiden as a character, but it also wants to contrast Raiden with Snake. Every time it can, it's going to do that, right? So you'll notice both of these things happening because the game knows that the player wants to be Solid Snake because the player theoretically has played Metal Gear Solid 1 and wants that kind of experience out of a sequel. This game wants to pull the rug out from under that player. At any time it can, it's going to provide similarities in situations between Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2. But it's going to contrast Raiden and Snake's like behaviors and looks and all of that stuff. Raiden eschews a lot of the traditional like signifiers of masculinity that Snake has. So Snake in this game is like, has his stubble, he's got his gruff voice, he smokes cigarettes, he's, you know, one of the, like a traditional soldier. He doesn't know how to use computers because he's a man's man who learned everything on the battlefield. And on the battlefield, nobody has a name, etc., right? But then we get like information about Raiden that contrasts that, where like Raiden's just like, I don't smoke. His outfit is very dissimilar to Snake's in Metal Gear Solid 1 because he doesn't have like abs on abs on abs. He's missing some of that like muscular definition. I don't think it's very controversial to say that Raiden is much more soft boy. However, his backstory so far wants to pull us into his character. It wants to bring you into Raiden as a player character. And one of the ways it does that is by providing similarities between Raiden and the player. You can kind of link the idea of VR training to the idea of playing video games, right? So when Raiden says, did you say a nerd? You know, and we're talking about the player of the game. Presumably the player of the game is assumed to be the kind of person that plays video games, right? One of the ways that we kind of are being made to relate to Raiden is that Raiden has done VR training, specifically the Shadow Moses incident. So theoretically, Raiden should know everything about Shadow Moses that we do. We played Metal Gear Solid 1. I played Metal Gear Solid 1. I know that game front and back. So me and Raiden have that in common. He just like me for real. We both played through a simulation of Shadow Moses. What is Battlefield Simulation if not a video game? Plus, he doesn't have a lot of other backstory, so I can imprint on him real easy. It's really easy to be like, oh, Raiden, he just like me for real. He got all my experiences. He likes the same video games as me. Like, yeah. It's uncomplicated. Also, you can point your gun at Snake and he gets real mad about it.
Think you can shoot that thing?
You can shoot him. I don't want to. I'm gonna call Snake.
He's asleep?
Okay. Oh, hey, look, the Statue of Liberty. Oh, that'll come up later.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen shit.
Don't let them take the president!
You know, if you save the president, he shares a burger with you.
A dud!
A dud! Damn, best line in the game. A dud!
Today is another...
I don't know why it explodes like that, but I will take it.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand? We've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
So I want to point out something that's a little bit interesting here as well. I know writers who use subtext, they're all cowards. Like, what are y'all insinuating here? Because I might have a different take on it.
I very much remember how off it felt that the Colonel was so dang grumpy all of a sudden.
It's very weird, yeah. But here's the thing, right? Is that Raiden is obviously correct in that, like, so when he says everything according to simulation, and Campbell is like, what are you talking about, right? Think about this. Raiden has a lot of experiences that the player can imprint on. What I think is actually happening here is that Raiden is expressing the player's perspective, which is that none of this is real. All of it is according to simulation because it's a fucking video game that you're playing. It's like a dream. It's like a fake. You're playing a video game with your controller and your PlayStation. It is... Raiden is correct. And he's expressing something that the player would know, that this isn't happening. Right?
Freeze!
Don't shoot. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead. Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Navscolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
Greg Eagles, that's the voice actor of the DARPA chief in MGS1. He is grim,
This is
isn't
the
he?
bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students. The Emperor of Explosives, Fatman. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn. Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing. Do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
What a
There
weirdo.
was also a skinny guy. He went in with us. I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body. Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. Get those C4s neutralized now.
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
You know, in Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake was never worried
There's
about
no
being
need to
able to
think
do
about
anything.
this
He
so
was just
much.
like, yeah,
You won't
bombs,
pass
cool,
amateurs.
got it handled.
But we'll try here. Look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
They're musky little
I've
bombs.
established a link
It
your eye on
sniffers.
the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless
signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. Maybe that's what started all this.
I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place.
Wait, ideology in a video game?
North to
I
south.
don't know.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
Level 1.
Security card, issued to Shell personnel.
You stay here.
No, I'm going.
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours.
You'll just slow me down with that leg of yours.
Why don't you
Isn't
just
that
let us
exactly
handle
what
the
he tells
grunt work?
Otacon?
You can tell us what to do.
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins. Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think
rambling
so.
jargon.
If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you.
You're wearing the most
What
weirdo
about you?
outfit.
They could be back in this area soon.
You've got the strangest code name.
But
What are
you'll
you
be all right.
riding? That dick!
Plenty of food in here, too. Bomb disposal is a face-off when the darkness comes.
Damn riding these nuts. Okay, so 1. A character supporting us via codec who hides in a locker. That seems similar to Hal Emmerich from Metal Gear Solid 1. This character has the same voice actor and a similar appearance to the DARPA chief, but also gives us information about a computer nerd that might know things. Similarly to the Arms Tech president. There's also similarities in that in order to get to the Arms Tech president, we actually had to run around and plant C4 because Foxhound in Metal Gear Solid 1 bricked up a bunch of entrances with concrete, and we had to blow them up by planting C4. And in this one, we're running around disposing of C4. So it's like a contrast to what we did in Metal Gear Solid 1. But this scene, this part of the game, is so fucking brilliant for one really, really tiny detail that I think a lot of people don't talk about. And that's that when you equip the coolant, you are forced into first-person mode. Metal Gear Solid 1 doesn't have a first-person mode. Like, you can't play it in first person. But in Metal Gear Solid 2, there's both a first-person mode and you're forced into it for doing the coolant spray, which is a way for the game to put the player into the mindset of being Raiden. The game is trying to make the player associate themselves with being this character by forcing them literally into first person mode. You're looking through this character's eyes, he's you.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec.
The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of.
This is all wrong.
I got
This
the
is
line.
something only an
Cool.
amateur would do. All the bombs that have been found
That's
so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
I gotta get out of here quick. I gotta get out quick.
The situation is normal. All clear.
This fucking guy up here, let me tell you.
Be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
Oh, that's familiar.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it? He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay, so I want to point out something right here. In Metal Gear Solid 1, when Gray Fox says, "Call me Deep Throat," Snake says, "From the Watergate incident," but Raiden says, "From the Shadow Moses incident" instead. It's because it's a meme. That's become mimetic information. It used to be there was one cultural context for an informant calling themselves Deep Throat, right? But the context of that has changed because of the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. It has become mimetic information in a way that gives Raiden a different impression of that character than Snake would have had, right? It's shifted the context. I don't understand anything you just said. None of those words are in the Bible.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
Federal Hall asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. Like,
no, idiot.
It's
the Empire State, stupid. You fake nerd girl.
The same place.
It was the Chrysler building in Godzilla. I believe it was
the Empire State.
The 1999 one.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Hey, do you want to watch it again? Maybe you'll climb the Chrysler building this time. Well, what do you fucking know?
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now. Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box. The Shell 2.
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Freeze!
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
Yo, there she go, okay. So again, like I said, there's a contrast between Raiden and Snake here, right? Raiden held up Olga successfully on the tanker. Cut to Raiden completely failing to do that here.
She's not a dead cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Where is it? It's around here somewhere. Oh, dang. I don't want to get spotted.
Who's there?
Nobody.
Who's that? Oh.
Okay. Alright, it's fine.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
Eeby and Meeby to Sleeby.
Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete. A hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
That's not the bad news either. These are
I did,
sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
With sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That bomb, 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward. I can walk with my own 2 feet. And I need them to stop Fatman. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
Go into any of the
diffuse
other
my
struts.
sins.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch.
Here we go. Here's the last one.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar. There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
My cat is nuzzling the microphone. Okay. All right. Yeah, it picked up. Okay. Rocky's here. Gotta pick up this bomb detector so you can
Peter,
interact
I have
with the bomb.
sensor B. How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down! Right! The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too! Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
Right! Move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now! Raiden, Pliskin, listen carefully. I fell for it. A proximity trigger. Microwave with a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden, keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Jeez. That music buildup is so good. It's very effective. So, I want to point out, you remember when you played Metal Gear Solid 1 and I kept talking about how everybody's dealing with the theme of genetics? This game has every single character in it dealing with their genes and their genetics in different ways, right? Even people like Meryl and Colonel Campbell, who are uncle and niece, she's trying to get to know Campbell better by becoming a soldier like him. So even dealing with familial relationships is a type of study into genetics in this game. Every character in here is dealing with either familial relationships or relationships with their own genetics in a different way. And I find that one of the most interesting things that this game is doing. Yeah, now the themes is explosives. Wait, no. In this game, everybody is, interestingly, dealing with some sort of misinformation. So Stillman here is lying about being able to walk because of his past trauma. He misrepresents himself, but also he's being fooled by Fatman, somebody that he trusted and taught everything to, who has bamboozled him. There's a lot of contradictory information about Solid Snake. His body was positively ID'd, and we saw him die, right? But the leader of the terrorist group here claims to be Solid Snake. And then we met some guy who seems an awful lot like Solid Snake, but he's like, no, I'm not. I'm Iroquois Pliskin. I'm not a Solid Snake. Don't know what you're talking about. What? I've got the same voice actor? Who cares? This game has a lot of contradictory facts and information going around. And some of them we will get solid answers for.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Raiden, are you enough of a caked-up twink to save the President?
What was the terrorist plan if the bombs went off and sank this whole place? That's a super good question to ask, and I would like to encourage you to ask, what is the terrorists' plan? What is their goal? No, because right now we know that they've asked for like, what, $30 billion or some shit?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through? That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort. Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Hey, did y'all like that Vulcan Raven fight? Do you remember when that happened? The guy showed up with that big giant gun, and then, like, we had to run and hide behind some boxes. That was a cool thing.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father.
Yeah, in the trailer they showed Solid Snake in this scene. Interesting.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?
No, just VR mostly.
Hurry. Kill me, please.
I've seen the metaverse, which is close enough. Misfortune.
Kill me.
This is this fight, this song is a banger, 1. 2, the Fortune fight here, I think, is a little bit similar to the fight with, like, Vulcan Raven, more than anything. But in that fight, Snake wins. So she will shoot down those rails from up above. So you can't, like, stay in one place and just hide there. She'll also shoot some of these explosive barrels. I also love that her health bar is, like, nothing. Fusing chair, which is a seat. Obviously, if you try and shoot her, the bullets curve around her.
Right. Fatman just contacted us directly. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right? He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Great. How much time do I have left?
400 seconds remaining. It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fatman is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes.
Kill Lamar's so
this could
fucking
unravel
cool.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Vamp is drinking that respect women juice.
I expected more of this.
I'll say that much.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Now!
Nice shooting, Tex.
No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad?
Raiden goes to kick her, and it, like, curves his leg out of the way and right into Vamp's balls.
I thought you could give me peace.
Could he have actually hurt her? Maybe, but probably not. Because we get an explanation for why the bullets curve around Fortune and why she can't be hit. But it also just doesn't make sense. Because also people shoot grenades at her and it's dead. This game traffics in giving you false information all over the place. So
Queen. I can't die twice.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. I am Fatman. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and the most. Can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time.
And of life.
Life is short. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
He's just drinking his wine with a straw.
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What are these guys after?
What the hell are you talking about?
My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you? I'm an artist.
It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move.
Laugh and grow big and round. So, like, Fatman's an interesting character, isn't he? But continuing this, like, trend of getting very conflicting messages, we're told that what the terrorists want is to kidnap the president of the United States for $30 billion in cash. And Fatman doesn't seem to know anything about that, nor does he seem to care. The other members of Dead Cell are also going to conflict this information. What? Oh my god, I'm totally wrong. I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so wrong. Okay, never mind. Okay, I take it back. The fight against Fortune is not the Vulcan Raven fight. It's the Psycho Mantis fight, because you can't hit her with any attacks. The reason that you fail in that fight is because Raiden doesn't figure out Snake's trick of switching to controller port 2. He doesn't have the opportunity to do that in that fight. So it winds up being like one where you're like dodging behind objects to avoid things. That tactic does not work in the Fortune fight. No. Yeah, Raiden cannot see the fourth wall the way that Snake does. That's the Psycho Mantis fight. This one is Vulcan Raven's level, because of the positions of the crates and the way that he runs around and the way that you can use claymore mines. But the way he shoots is more similar to the Ocelot fight. Okay. All right. Okay. God. Okay. I'm very stupid. Cool spray.
Don't you go calling yourself stupid after having blown my mind 17 times already this stream with stuff I didn't know and didn't pick up on. You're a brainy bun and I want you to acknowledge that. Lucky bun Angie.
Maybe a little bit of a banana. I'm sorry, Zeagle.
How about a little time off?
He loves this box right now.
Are you slow?
He's gonna shoot me. Pull the fuck over. There we go.
My suit. It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by. Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too.
They?
Laugh and grow fat.
And he's got Stillman's dog tags. I want to say that he took those dog tags from Stillman 6 months ago. We don't get Fatman's dog tags. We get Stillman's dog tags. He may have took them after the failed bomb attempt, but then he would have to have like been in Shell 2 and gone through all that like flooded passages and stuff. I don't think so. I think he took them 6 months ago. So this is one of the earliest fights where Raiden succeeds, right? Raiden wins. Kind of. Because it turns out Fatman isn't really working with the terrorist group anymore. He's kind of just doing his own thing. And the whole, like, bomb thing has kind of had nothing to do with the plans that the terrorists have for this entire thing. Fatman already won. The terrorists are unaffected. I mean, yeah, he was kind of a threat because if the bombs went off, then we would die. But, like, it doesn't give us a victory the same way, like, I don't know, beating Psycho Mantis or like Sniper Wolf kind of does. I don't know. It's weird. It's a strange feeling.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized.
Colonel, Fatman didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is. Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right? How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
Pliskin.
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fatman, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger.
So the threat of the explosions,
but the central it won't last
not as
much
bad as we were led to believe.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours. See you later.
Oh, jeez. Yo, what's all that about that cyborg ninja shit, though? Okay, I would describe that as a cyborg ninja. Sure.
Unlike you, I have no name. Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lalilulelo. This is safer, I think. I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel, the current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president. A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages. Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
I've never asked his pronouns.
Usually, Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat. The sound is too minute to detect and amplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. The security guard will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that.
One of the terrorists?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall. Nothing but the real thing will suffice. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. The Navy man would have a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button.
A nuclear football is a real thing. It sounds silly.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
That's for sure.
But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here. Bipedal nuke came from the airport Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it.
What do I need a cell phone for?
Is this a Nokia?
Colonel, who was that man just now? He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the president's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
It's interesting that this game sets up. Now, a lot of video games do this. In fact, I believe most video games do this. Video games are a communication between the player and the rules of the game. So there's an expectation that players are going to be playing a video game by their rules. You come in with certain expectations of a Metal Gear Solid game where you have certain things that you're kind of looking forward to or things that you're expecting, but also a way of playing this game that you come in with the expectation of. Spec Ops The Line does something similar where you go in with the expectation of playing a war game and then it changes the rules on you in a way that's kind of interesting. And this game does something similar, I think. So most games don't necessarily prevent you from doing whatever you want. There are certain things you are and are not allowed to do within the rules of the game because the game is set up in a certain way, because the game is programmed in a certain way. If you're playing a Call of Duty game, for instance, you can't talk to somebody. You have to interact with them with your gun, for the most part. And when video games don't give you a choice in certain circumstances, the games kind of draw you out of them. Stuff like press F to pay respects. If you don't do that, the game just doesn't continue. Right? The game just won't go. Or things like QuickTime events, which are failable, are very, I guess, binary, right? In that they are explicitly giving the player instruction. But for the most part, the way that games kind of lead people to do the things that video games want you to do is path of least resistance. So in this one, the path of least resistance is actually a narrative device, which is not something you always see in these games because we don't have any other option but to trust the ninja is not true. However, the game is telling you that it's taking options away so that the only option that it appears to the player is to go along with it. Theoretically, you could wander around this area for forever and just beat up guards or hold them up for their dog tags or whatever you fucking want. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want in the game right now. But if you want to progress the story, you're gonna have to do a specific thing, which is kind of setting up a path of least resistance. It's mechanically or narratively advantageous to do a certain thing. And in most video games, I would look at that and just be like, well, that's the way that video games are made, right? There's a tactically best option, or there's a quest marker or something like that. But in this game, I also feel a little bit like it's using that to talk about wider systems in the same way, because the systems that we interact with, things like patriarchy or capitalism or even the media landscape that we exist in, they very, very rarely tell us things that we are prohibited from doing, right? Usually it's a system of incentives. It's, oh, you don't rob or else this happens, right? You don't do this because this happens. But also there's very vague paths of least resistance, which lead you to certain behaviors. So things like patriarchy want to push you into behaving a way that conforms to the expectations of your gender in a way that's not, oh, if you are a boy and you wear a dress, you will be punished, but more in that it would be socially unacceptable. It is much easier to go outside as a boy wearing pants than go outside as a boy wearing a skirt. It is just easier to exist in life that way. There are paths of least resistance that are consciously made to push you into behaving certain ways without necessarily making like cross-dressing illegal, even though it kind of looks like in 2023 that's where we're going, but fucking bullshit. Normally in a game I wouldn't try to make this connection, but I feel like it's prescient here. And this is the moment that I want to talk about what the player represents in this game, because the game is trying to draw you into behaving like Raiden. It's trying to make you think of yourself as Raiden, but that's not what the player represents here. Because in Metal Gear Solid 1, we decided that the player was probably some manner of determination or soldier's instincts or some kind of je ne sais quoi that let Snake succeed even when he should have failed by all rights. In Metal Gear Solid 2, I believe that the player represents societal expectations being placed upon Raiden that are trying to make him conform to being Solid Snake. The player is being made to play as Raiden, but the player wants Raiden to be Snake. And Raiden isn't that. And he is going to balk at being made to behave like Snake at every turn. That's the reason that Raiden is so whiny, is because Raiden isn't Snake, but the game and the player are trying to force him into that role, that expectation. The ideas of role and simulation and, that kind of thing are going to come up in words later on in this game. Somebody is going to tell Raiden that that is your role, and it is incredibly prescient. But here's the brain fuckery though. While I think that the player represents that to Raiden, the game is also imposing expectations upon the player by telling the player certain things that they are or that they must do. And we have no choice but to trust the ninja is one of them. But another one is, Snake, we're changing your code name. From now on, you are known as Raiden. When we're saying that, we're talking as much to the character as we are to the player. We are telling the player what they are, what they're allowed to do, what the path of least resistance is. And it's asking the player to reflect on the idea that not only are they controlling Raiden as a character, but while characters in the game are controlling Raiden through misinformation, the game is also controlling us, using our preconceived notions and our expectations of what a video game should be, what our characters should be, and what Metal Gear Solid should be. And I just Kojima loves an oil rig a little bit. Industrial locations like this became kind of a thing. Like the locations of MGS 1 and 2 are like kind of similar in that they're sort of industrial environments like this. I don't know why this bridge does this, by the way. It just does. They just decided to do that. I don't know why that happens.
Aha. A vaudeville floor trap. They'll never get past you. Wait. Never mind, the twink and rubber just sprinted over it. Freckles.
So we needed the gun and the disguise so that we could activate this elevator.
retinol pattern recognized.
One of the things
Excuse me, sir. May I borrow your eyeballs for a moment?
I'm using those. Oh, you mean him. In that case, yeah. We're going to need some eyeballs. We're going to have to bring these guys to the eyeball zone. Don't worry. It's easy enough to do. Just shove them up against the thing, and there we go.
Recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Always borrowing them eyeballs. Oh, this is a problem, though. Because I didn't grab the directional microphone, so... I can't do nothing in here yet?
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames.
I aims to find him.
You don't have a directional microphone, however. Find one first.
Have you searched B2 of the core?
One of the things this game wants to talk about is the ideas of identity, ideas of selfhood, and I like the way that this little mission here, where you're like disguising yourself as an enemy soldier, kind of fits into that, while also being the kind of thing that Solid Snake just didn't do. And I don't know if it's a Snake didn't think to do it, or a Snake wouldn't do this kind of thing. Sir. Sir, what are you doing? Also the Police Notes poster. Very cute.
You have the directional microphone.
Boom.
According to our information,
Big
Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
When you equip the directional microphone, you're also brought into first person here.
You're Ames, aren't you?
And that's kind of fascinating. They want you to put yourself into Raiden's shoes. More than the game wants you to associate with Snake.
You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms.
Could have done that a little slower, but that's okay.
I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was sent in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
This is the scene where we kind of get that the codec calls are not happening vocally.
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response. Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president. The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure, and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login.
And that's why they can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress. Wait, here comes Snake.
Oh, yeah, you know, Snake.
Here's the microphone.
Yeah, that looks like Snake, all right. All right, I'm gonna do my best to follow this conversation.
King, Fatman is dead.
It doesn't matter.
To come all the way to New York just to get hit back.
Hi, Johnny.
This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. That commander chick really reminded me. Oh. Well, yeah.
Man's
That's
just
when
fighting
everything
for his
started to
life
hit
in
the
there.
skids.
Okay, I did it. All right.
You think he was working for them? We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so it must be the Patriots. Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
So this scene right here is supposed to mimic Sniper Wolf walking in on the conversation between Liquid and Ocelot in the torture scene.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you. If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter.
She's so cool.
Stop this infighting. I took you both in when no one else would.
Him flipping his guns
any
around.
government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? It's happening again.
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
It's having its revenge. And its vengeance.
Team in the world.
It's revengeance.
Trust of Ocelot. I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Is that really Solid Snake?
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are two of them. And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly. So this means the president is cooperating with them.
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke, but it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along. A high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect? The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan, pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic.
They're trying to like detonate an EMP field that brings Wall Street offline. Based.
He's coming here.
Look at him. Look at that strut. Oh my god.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the president was planning to betray them, so they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali-Lu-Le-Lo.
Is that so? What the?
Ocelot.
He's having a heart attack. It's just like that scene with the Armstead president.
Show me your face. We meet at last.
Not this time.
Leave this to me.
Damn, he was ready. Oh, this is going badly. We gotta get out of here.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the president as soon as possible.
But the president is cooperating with them.
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of the president. There's something else going on here. And the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person.
Wow, maybe there is.
Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
Encounter preeminent request.
Oh god! Oh god, they brought shotguns. Oh god. That was mean. Okay, I think we're think we're alright. Doing better. There's the guy up there. And those things. Yeah, I can, totally. Alright. Okay, good. Poorly maintained walkways, fatal, 100%. So now we gotta get to the president. Strut D? Right. That's where we're going, okay.
Strut D's nuts.
I guess I should have seen that coming, but I didn't.
Raiden, can you hear me?
We have a lead on the president's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
There's more of these based on what difficulty you're playing this on.
And that must be the control unit.
There's a sensor here, here, here. There's one here, and there's one on top of that guy. Yeah, that should have hit. Okay. Oh. Sorry, forgot one.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Can you cover the hostages? There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice.
Over here! Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
They're gay, Raiden. Get over it.
And now this...
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this. You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots.
So you're the boss around here?
I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake.
No, that is not Solid Snake.
Snake would never be a libertarian.
What a
It only happens in the scene, I don't know why.
Brother.
Save it. You brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me. Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover.
God, this music's so fucking
Stop impersonating him.
Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid.
The power of dummy pick.
That the best you can do, Snake?
We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
The world needs only one big boss.
Look at the idea.
The
can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down. Counting on you.
So this scene's really great. There's a line in Metal Gear Solid 1 where Liquid Snake says, "Just what I'd expect from a man with the same code name as the boss. You're pretty good." It's a cute nod because when you play Metal Gear Solid 1 for the first time, you're thinking what he means is you're the man with the same code name as Liquid Snake. And then when it turns out, it could also mean is Big Boss, who had the name Snake. Solidus does a similar thing here. When Snake yells, "Stop impersonating him," what you could think that means is stop impersonating Solid Snake. But it could also mean stop impersonating Big Boss, because that is a thing that Solidus do. Solidus really wants to be Big Boss. He's the Kylo Ren of Metal Gear Solid in that way. It's sorta neat.
Use this.
There we go. I think that should hit. See if I can get one more. Be that. Burn, baby!
You're tougher than I thought.
Damn. All right. There you are.
Right. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, this fight's wild on higher difficulties. I have beaten these games on extreme, like, once. Because, like, they are way too hard. There we go. Got it. Got my eye!
There's something coming up.
That takes care of the barrier.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
Oh hey, it's the Marines one.
They got my eye! Fab! Go!
Like he's a Pokemon. Look at him. His bisexuality lets him run on water.
What's that?
Bisexual king, I choose you.
Raiden, you all right? We need some time for repairs. The president's all yours.
Okay, can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I was assigned to this mission. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once. We're not tools of the government, or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
Yo, they started an anarchist collective?
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world, to keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change. And that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
Receive some information.
He's like, yeah.
A new
Metal
Gear.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Raiden, governments won't save us.
Jack, are you all right?
You should vote Metal Gear out of power, yeah.
Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
As a Chicagoan, I'm used to taking that.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe,
Maybe. Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
Even if that is Snake, that has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
I don't care about sources that dispute me. I only care about my sources. They weren't part of the simulation is a really interesting phrase that's used over here. Because, like, obviously what we're meant to think about that right now is that Raiden did, like, a VR simulation of this scenario in order to get ready for this particular mission. Or that the Colonel's been running simulations to determine success. Oh! All fine. No, use the ladder. Thank you. We have to go through that scene undetected so that we can get the best part of this scene. Now, I know what you're thinking. Raiden, way to sneak past all those guards, but you're in trouble now.
I'm going to go in my pants.
Right? The tarts are broken. Yeah.
Raiden, my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay. That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back. Do we have a deal?
What did Kojima mean by this? It's piss.
It's piss? No.
It's piss? No!
It's piss? No!
Raiden, to climb, approach the bladder and press the action button. Anyway, right, the president. We should get on that. Okay. No, this is, yeah, no. Y'all knew this was a live stream. I warned y'all I was streaming Metal Gear Solid 2. This is what we meant. Don't pat the butt. You know exactly where he's been.
Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send him to the bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Where's Ocelot?
Not here.
I don't trust him.
The upper connecting bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. The oil fence from Strut L.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
That's why they call him King.
What about the other man?
He's the pullout king.
Good luck on his...
Yeah.
Keep the president alive until then.
No one gets in here. Turn the currents on.
Of course.
Someone just tells Olga to take the L.
High voltage currents on.
One more thing. We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
So she thinks there's a $30 billion.
If there's anyone to stay
Probably.
here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The world is a different place now. To say this again, one last time. Don't try anything on us.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president. No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
He'll be bacon.
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training.
Take out the circuit panel?
Right. But make sure you don't hit the president. Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
Why would there be a remote control missile launcher here? See, that's a good question, but also, why is there a Metal Gear here? Aw man, one of my very favorite, like, little stupid little things in video games. I love fake brands in a video game. They're my favorite. That first one's 7-Up, right? This one's probably Hawaiian Punch. I'll betcha. Egrets!
Cold drinks Uvia.
I love cold drinks. I like that we have characters in this game named Jack, and then there's people with the code names King and Queen. I think that's cool. I just wanted to get in here so I could show y'all the rubber ducky. That's all. PS2 rubber ducky? That was a PS3 rubber ducky. This was the precursor to the PS3 rubber ducky tech demo.
But he's still a little bit lonely. I think he still needs more friends. So let's stick in a couple more here.
Where is it? Check it out! It's an Easter Island head. It's just a cute little reference.
What are you doing?
He ran right into me! He ran right into me! Valkun, you killed the president! Eat shit, Mr. President.
Bun's a bad enough dude to kill the president.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, no, Bun killed the president, anyway.
Missile, my favorite character in Metal Gear Solid 2 and Ghost Trick.
What are you doing?
Look at me, I am the president now. I believe I get to take his place, right? Obviously, I don't think I need to point it out, but disabling the floor to get through like a hallway is obviously a reference back to Metal Gear Solid 1. But it happened in the room right before we meet Otacon, which is interesting because I don't think the president here represents Otacon in a one-to-one, right? Probably closer to the Arms Tech president, although that one I'm not super sure about either. It's kind of muddled on purpose, I think.
President Johnson, are you all right, sir?
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me. I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you...
What
the...
You're a man?
You could just ask someone's pronouns. You could just ask.
I see. Switch over to nano-communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir.
Literally tried to grab him by the pussy.
Yes. We need to stop Kojima from being this prescient.
I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead. I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their
This scene is fucking great. Let's get into it. Let's get weird.
Military. They control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government? This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public. No one knows who the Patriots really are. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men.
It used to be
your office? The White House?
Merely puppets. Pawns in a game.
Yes.
If a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday.
I did mention playing pieces earlier, right? I mentioned the chess metaphor earlier, right?
Patriot. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip, but I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world. Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
Is it though?
When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players. My predecessor, George Sears, that was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid, he was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex.
During Metal Gear Solid 1, we thought that the president didn't know about this. We thought the director of the Pentagon was acting on his own, which he was, but it turns out the terrorists were on the side of the president.
In chess, even a pawn can become a queen.
But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
This game literally saying Bush did 9/11.
Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive. The completion of the new Metal Gear project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriot. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Democrats and Republicans united. That breaks the
What
suspension
you
of
saw
disbelief.
was
I
Metal
disagree.
Gear Red.
There's a
That was not the
reason
new
though.
Metal
I'll get to
Gear.
it.
You're
But mostly because
standing
they're
here.
controlled
To
opposition.
be
The
more
Democrats are
precise,
controlled opposition,
This
right?
entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads. The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool.
It's got Wi-Fi. It has
is a means to
TiVo.
preserve the Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened. They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. Arsenal Gear will be fully operational when GW is successfully integrated. Once operational, it will be a completely new form of power for the Patriots to wield. I had hoped to seize the project from them, so that I would be in a strong bargaining position. I'd hoped to trade my way into their ranks, but Solidus preferred rebellion. Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal gear becomes fully operational.
Systems.
Stop them before that happens. That is your role. You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving.
We need to talk about this, because I'm going to ruin something about the ending of this game.
Give this to her when you find her.
I'm going to spoil one thing so that we can talk about it.
Function. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxstein. The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. There's only one thing that remains to be done. Now,
very much
kill me. There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike. Do it! That's your role!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president? Alas, my finger must have slipped.
Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself. Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
So, okay, I'm going to give my interpretation of one thing real quick. I want to talk about this before we get to the end of this game, but I'm also going to give away what my interpretation is. So it's going to color your view of this game if you haven't played it before. So that's my warning. Okay. At the end of this game, it turns out that the Patriots do not exist. They are not real, and that when they find a list of them, they all died more than 100 years ago. That is because, while Metal Gear Solid 4 says that they're an AI, which is, that's fine, I guess. In this game, it's way more interesting because what they are is capitalism. They're capitalism. They are capital. They're a system, not a collection of people that are orchestrating things. They are the system of capital, which propagates itself through the war economy, which decides who wins political power. Capital is who decides what information is disseminated throughout society. Capital is the system of control that exists in America that pulls the strings of power. That is what it is. That is why they think shutting down Wall Street would end the Patriots' control, is because that would end capital control of New York, right? Like, it wouldn't stop it, but that's what they want. And what capital in this game has done is create algorithms that are able to use the length and breadth of human information on the internet in order to create situations and information in a way that crafts consent. When the president's talking about the election debates and the Democrats and Republicans, what he's talking about is manufacturing consent. It's placating the public with the idea of, like, the system working, right? So when you ask, are the Patriots like the Heritage Foundation or whatever? No, not explicitly, no. What they are is much more vague. The reason that people don't realize they're controlled by the Patriots is because the Patriots don't directly control anything. It's just a system that is able to propagate itself, destroy its opponents, and manipulate people into, like, the worst people into positions of power. that are willing to exploit it. It's a system of laws and reward incentives that continue to propagate itself. And it's way more horrifying than a group of 12 old men. And it's fucking wild that the game talks about it this way. It's radical in every sense of the word.
Boy, sure, I'm glad the idea of capitalism using AI to propagate its own power through the controlled manipulation and reconfiguring of information has no bearing on the society in which we live today.
Can we talk about that too? Because if you think about that, so what does AI art look like? What does algorithmic text look like? It's snippets of other work, right? It's plagiarism. Exactly. It's taking elements of other work and mashing them together in a way that doesn't always make sense in order to create a new thing. Totally unrelated. Hey, isn't it weird that Metal Gear Solid 2's Big Shell chapter is a lot like Shadow Moses, where like some of the characters are just kind of mashed together in a way that doesn't make sense, where the president's kind of the arms tech president, but he's also kind of Otacon. And like you get to the like Ocelot shows up there, like with the arms tech president, but it's also got like the electric floor, like it's the part before Otacon. It's almost like Metal Gear Solid 2 is like algorithmically using elements of Metal Gear Solid 1 to craft something that's similar but not exactly the same, and kind of put together in a way that doesn't make sense for a human to do. These aren't like conflations that a person might make. This game was made in 2001 and is actually predicting the dangers of AI, because the danger of AI isn't fucking Skynet. It's the infinite creation of junk data and misinformation. It's the infinite creation of useless, artless media that buries actual political sentiment in the gray sludge of capital. This is the actual horror of AI creation. I love this game so much. Anyway, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion about Metal Gear Solid, a game that is wildly open to interpretation.
Colonel, the president is dead. Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal gear once and for all. I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable. We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the vice president, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in. You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the president didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the president, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that Ocelot guy obviously killed the president on purpose.
Why?
They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective
Maybe they
weapon
need
within
3 key
Arsenal
cards
gear.
that are actually
You knew
one
about
key
Arsenal?
card.
It's exactly what the President and Ames described. A massive cover story. It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that mad bomber. There's no doubt that Arsenal gear is being built here. Then it was all set up 2 years ago. On that day. All of it. I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the
Web
time.
1.0.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, I'm taking it back.
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
How did you manage to get out?
Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the Cypher, were released to the public.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him, so everybody
E3 trailer footage, yeah.
That's it.
The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. The Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side, hence they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it, then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Then Solidus probably doesn't know.
The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles.
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
I'm on my way.
Alright, so where we were is we're going to try to find Emma Emmerich.
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
Pump up
Listen,
the jam.
There's
Pump
something
it
I have
up.
to tell you about EE.
Yeah,
Don't
pump
worry
it.
about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool. Help.
Huey, you
She
piece of
didn't doubt
shit.
for a minute that I'd be there.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so.
Damn. If she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
Holy shit, maybe we can give him some therapy really quick.
like really quick, yeah. We'll just speed run some CBT. No prob, we got this. Oh gosh darn it, I forgot there were mines. Oh my god, a dead body. I believe what we're supposed to be taking from showing up here in this location with this corpse, this is supposed to be similar to finding the corpse of the DARPA chief in the jail cell. It's fundamentally different, right? But like, you can see where there's a little similarity. How are you doing that?
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, haven't had no vacancy.
Yes, I love that. That's so dumb.
This should be
Why is he
fun.
shooting at Freddie
Well
Mercury?
worth- You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal Gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now. Wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
Fortune's like, I can make him better, and Naomi's like, I can make him worse.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
Now you're talking like Snake.
It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. It becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated.
A nuclear threat still exists.
And Solidus doesn't know it exists?
We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them. We must be the only
by
ones
far,
telling
Phil Lamar's best performance.
It's definitely up there. Phil Lamar's just so fucking good.
Final. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation. You're still
At this
hoping
point, I would like to indicate that the Metal Gear Solid series is, in no way, political.
True.
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to handle the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
Yeah, heavy water. Alright, let me think. There he goes, doing his thing. Look at that strut! He's so good, I love it. He's so good, I love it. Wait for the red to go away. You are the last dragon. You possess the power of the glow. This game looks so fucking good. Oh, jeez. That's a weird one, where he pins your shadow. He'll throw a knife into the ground and pin your shadow, and then you can't move. Fucking ninja shadow binding. And it's like... Nano Machines doesn't explain this. No. No. Can you destroy the mice? Oh, actually. Yeah. You get out of here. I knew it! I was on the side with the lights.
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for Arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the president gave you.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Can't your partner do it?
I would if I could, but the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving. Emma's in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
Not right now.
I like how Raiden will at first report to the Colonel, but then he'll chat and confide in Snake. The dynamic slowly changes over the game, and that's so cool.
It's very cool. Especially since the Colonel is saying that we shouldn't be trusting Snake, that he's not part of the simulation and whatever, right? What's kind of interesting about this fight is that I asserted that in Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake's advantage is the player's control, or the player represents Snake's advantage in the battlefield, right? His will to succeed, or something like that extra je ne sais quoi that gives him the ability to succeed where he should have failed, right? So the player does things in Metal Gear Solid 1, like switches controllers to slot 2, or finds Meryl's codec number on the back of the CD case, or things that just Snake wouldn't have the ability to do without the player. During this fight, they could have had you switch controller slots again, but they didn't. And they explicitly tell you that the lock-on mechanic, like holding up your weapon in third person, doesn't work against Vamp. The advantage that you have in this fight is the ability to go into first-person mode. So, as a player, your advantage in Metal Gear Solid 1 against Mantis is bringing yourself out of the game in a more meta sense. Your advantage in this one is putting yourself into the character's perspective, drawing yourself more into the character rather than out of them. Only a player could have.
In order to succeed, you must become one with this loser.
Yes. But it's like, you know, it's represented in the game by putting yourself more into this character. Barmer. Sorry, was it this way? No. No, do not go in here. Here. Also, obviously, having Otacon's sister in a locker after that fight, very, very on point. I mean, I guess we can bother her a little bit if you want.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Hey, she also pissed herself.
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
We better move.
I can't swim. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all that later. But first, we have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't keep my eyes open in the water. Endless blue.
I'll guide you. Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest.
How long?
Just a little while.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here. Put your
Sure
ear against my
that.
chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Hang on tight.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend. Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife.
Yeah, that's a little cringe, but, you know, kids are kids, whatever. You're not gonna make this weird, right?
Raiden, what's your status?
I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job. You should be able to go down by way of Strut L.
Great
She's been
work.
injected with something and she...
You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
Yes.
We're...
So one of the reasons she winds up, she can't walk quite, right? Or she was injected with something that makes her legs weak.
What's your
Because
situation?
Otacon was suffering a leg injury in
Good
Metal Gear
job.
Solid 1.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then. Here she is.
Hal.
EE, why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
Hell, not the time. Not the time, Otacon.
All right, that's enough. We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
Thank you, Snake.
Make sure Emma gets here in one piece.
She's gonna start seeing Snake as a romantic rival. Ugh. Ugh. What a video game. I sure hope they resolve this plot as well as Last did. Yeah, actually.
Emma, computer room.
I don't hear you saying that statement is wrong, though.
I've got this disk that the president... This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system.
This is my program.
What?
Why did the president give it to you?
Huh?
Did something happen to the president?
Yeah, a gay Russian
Are you reading
cowboy
me,
shot
Emma?
him.
Yes,
It was
loud and
fucking
clear.
sick.
The
It
president
really
said that
was.
arson...
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale. Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level.
People might find out about corruption and then they'll lose faith in institutions like the Supreme Court. That would be wild if that happened.
By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right, that's what was announced at the turn of the century, but there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself? GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No, GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
This part is so fucking
prior
good.
to the end of this. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program. Using the internet at full capacity, the program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes. And everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably. But the overall system isn't actually complete.
The only part of this that's unrealistic is that it argues a central authority is responsible for doing this.
I think we better head for the
Just
computer
wait.
room.
I would argue that it doesn't.
Parakeet?
Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
That's what he's for?
No, I really...
No, not really. He's not really for that.
Right. Okay, let's go.
So here's a kind of a silly part of this game.
Bugs! I hate bugs!
Alright, so there's a couple things you could do here in order to get past this part. One of them is you could pull out your coolant spray. You can get rid of some of these bugs. Or if you want, you could knock her out and drag her over there. Or you could just put her in a headlock and just bring her over the bugs, and that works too. But if you do that, there's gonna be a bunch of bugs later. Like all over the ground later. You gotta deal with a ton of bugs at the bottom floor of the Shell 1 core, I think. That environment's just covered in bugs. Kind of creepy about women. It's, I'm gonna say, probably what you'd expect from like a 70-year-old Japanese man who grew up on American action movies from the 1980s. Probably what you'd expect. 60. He's 59. He's 59. All right, I'm exaggerating a little. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that he was a minor. I'm sorry. I shouldn't criticize Hideo Kojima. Literally a minor.
Bun shall now regret his words and deeds.
Literally neurodivergent and a minor. Alan Tools.
Damn it.
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5.
Ta-da! Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
I see. Damn, she wasn't lying. That big shell can fart. Snake Eater should be played backwards.
Enemy soldiers, gun ciphers. I don't think we're gonna be able to slip past all that. If you go alone, I think you can make it across. This is Raiden. Do you read me? We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here. There are ciphers and several guards.
Raiden, you're carrying a PSG-1, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's time to play sniper.
I faced a similar situation in advanced mode level 4 VR training with the PSG-1.
That's from the VR missions.
With
I just
Arsenal's
want Raiden to be like,
progress,
yeah, I used to
security should
play
be up,
Silent
doesn't
Scope
mean
back in the
it's going to
arcade.
be
I think I know what I'm doing.
make up for this.
I can't swim.
He's
You were
covered
doing
wars,
pretty good a
you
few
know.
minutes ago.
Okay.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
No. All right, get going. You'll be fine.
These two have kind of cute chemistry. These two are kind of cute. Alright, we're gonna need pentamedicine. And I have a PSG-1 and 1T. And I'm gonna have to start down here. Damn, I just ate shit. Use some thermal goggles, because I'm gonna need to...
I'm doing a sniper rifle.
Alright, this guy is gonna be a problem.
Who's there?
Come on. Okay, alright. That was a little rough, but we made it. I think we're good for now. Got it. I'm gonna try to get ahead just a little bit, taking out some of these guys, so that we can do other stuff. By the way, that snake over there. Hey, Snake!
Damn, I don't think I can do this. Snake, take over for me.
I'll take care of it then. Keep a good lookout on Emma's surroundings, even while I'm shooting, alright?
Now, where's Emma? Okay, she's behind this thing.
Phew. Safe, I guess. If I've managed to get this far, it must be thanks to that Raiden guy. But he's... Well, what is the deal with him? He's got a weird name, dresses pretty weird too. He's easy on the eyes though, so I guess I can let that slide. But I got my own ideas about that hair. I wonder if it's... well, it must be. I could ask him later. But I'd probably get ticked off. I'll leave him alone.
Does she think it's a wig? Jesus, Snake. I was just gonna trank him. Wait, no. Hold still, let me trank you. Okay. Poor bastards. Alright, I think we're good on this section. I just want to listen to Emma some more. I love these little conversations.
Freeze!
Ah!
A girl?
You're not gonna shoot me.
No.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
I had no idea.
Better hurry.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Just run like hell. Oh no, my stomach! Not again.
Wait!
What?
Johnny, what the fuck?
What's your name?
Don't have one.
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny. Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
What a weird guy.
Don't have one. Johnny a part of Foxhound? He was in the Genome Army at some point, but like, I don't think he wound up getting any gene therapy. Mostly because he doesn't like needles. This fucking guy. Alright, that's easy enough. Cool fight, vamp. Kinda nailed the timing on that. Oh, jeez. He broke her ketchup packets. A woman Hal loves dies in a sniper battle. Yum! I feel like that's familiar somehow.
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard! How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there.
Those are these Zone of the Enders 2 boxes. Alright, they're in Shell 1's core? Yes. I like that at this point in the game, a ton of the human enemies have left and been replaced by drones. Like, the further this game goes, the less people you wind up seeing. They're evacuating the arsenal gear? Yes, correct. So this is the hallway that like fills up with bugs if you drag Emma across the bugs. I think there's a glitch in the HD version that just makes it like this. In the PS2 version, they don't show up if you use the coolant spray. Alright, I've been talking so much about how this game tries to like bring you into Raiden's perspective, tries to make you play in first person.
How's Emma?
Tries to make you like
I think
connect
he got some internal organs.
with Raiden
We
as a
can't stop the
character and
bleeding.
make him a blank slate for you to imprint yourself on. It's about to take a very hard turn.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up. Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc. That should insert the virus into the AI. Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%.
A portion of the worm cluster might have been altered after the disc left Emma's hands.
By the Patriots?
Will the virus still work?
Hal, is everything all right?
Yeah, all right. Great.
At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
What if the virus doesn't work?
Either destroy that thing or take out Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can, unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
But who would do that?
I always...
What is it?
This weird...
Wanted to see you again.
Why is this like an anime trope? Wow, it really is just like one of his Japanese animes.
I could never do that.
Yeah, don't.
Honest. Can I ask you one last favor, Emma?
What?
Please call me Emma.
Wow, this is just like one of those Japanimations I've heard so much about.
What's wrong with EE? Emma? Emma! Emma!
What she's asking him to do is see her as a woman, you know, to call her Emma, to not think of her as, you know, his sister. And he's just like, why? That's weird.
I had a relationship with your mother. She seduced me.
Ah!
My father's death was no accident. He took his own life.
The only good thing Huey ever did. Oh, the wolf howl. The wolf.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. Huh? There's our ride out of here.
What are you pointing at?
You've got your job. We've got ours.
I mean, I'd only get in your way.
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages.
Right.
The slow motion walk is an odd choice. I think you would agree.
Damn! Otacon, try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the cam-off.
Leave it to me.
That handshake is so good.
I miss you. Hal, I miss you.
You and me, we're the same. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody. Somebody who would love us. But we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love. As you probably did. Emma.
You can come out now.
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things.
God, I fucking love this ninja.
Snake, what's this all about? Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
You! Ready for some shut-eye?
Olga Gerlukovich is so fucking cool. Coolest character in the game. Hands down. I've mentioned it before, but I really like how much of this game gives you incomplete information, lets you or expects you to draw conclusions here. Like, what is Snake's deal? And, like, his objective here? Why are they knocking you out? But even stuff like, did the virus work, is left unclear.
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point?
They said before that the virus is meant to mimic that of Foxdie in a computer by targeting specific information and removing it. What I like about that is that it's ambiguous as to whether or not the virus worked after downloading 90% of it, the same way that it's unclear if Snake is going to be killed by Foxdie when he's asking Naomi, like, how long do I have? When it winds up killing Liquid, but doesn't kill Snake, it's not clear if it's going to be effective or not. And that's actually going to last past the end of the game. We just do not know if the virus works or not. There's enough evidence to say either way, I would argue. Targeting specific information? Correct. So the way that Foxdie works, right, is it isolates specific genetic codes and then eliminates that person. The worm cluster mimics that inside the AI, selectively removing specific information.
Is he still alive? He was when Olga brought him in. He doesn't exist in any database. He's a non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man. Wake him up.
Look at this Doc Ock.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper.
Brother. Oh.
You know this fellow?
You remember me, don't you?
This feels quite familiar.
You've grown.
You know what?
Have
I
they
don't
altered
think
your
you
memory
actually need to
too?
press triangle for this song. You know, I think you can just leave it. Yeah. You can just leave it. Fun fact. Were y'all enjoying when the game was on the rails?
Jack, I never thought I'd see you again. Your name, your skills, everything you know, you learned from me. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the small boy unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you. I should have known they would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest. In another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
Is that so? Perhaps I should be grateful to this kid for that.
He loves it.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
You too, huh?
Am I? Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses. I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you?
Hey, the optical data
foul
disc
wind is blowing.
is also
We
a thing
shall
that
speak again.
Ocelot took during Shadow Moses.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera. I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Mr. X? Ninja? I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives. Responsible
Is
for
Olga's
getting
child
us out of
everything
the
in future
sinking
games?
tanker
Yes,
alive.
big yes, yes.
My job was to assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child. Putting it simply, my child's life depends on your success. Listen, we haven't got time for this. Solidus will commence his attack any minute. He's got to be stopped.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room. The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
Does Snake plan to destroy Arsenal gear?
No, even for Snake, it's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Solidus and his men.
Olga, you can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Blech. I love that little soda can right there. Okay, I'm gonna need to like start going into this because
Jack, are you
it's
all
a
right?
lot, but like I'm so excited. Oh my
yeah.
goodness.
Jack, is it true? Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now. I was just one of them.
You can't do that. It's
It
illegal.
was.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him. If I survived the day's fight, I was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. Gun,
Solidus
you
did
ask
nothing
how many
wrong.
to
I
kill.
disagree.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training. When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain. What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past. I didn't want you or anyone to know about it. Now
Yeah, this is a lot.
I've been kept alive this long for this. I knew as soon as I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me.
You have to believe me is
I don't want
such
to share
a
my
good
past
line.
with anyone.
When
The
it comes
last
up
2 years
again,
with you, it's been
I'm gonna
more than
freak
I've
the
ever
fuck
hoped
out.
for. But I can't go any farther. I know you want to get married. But I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
Okay. All right. Oh my god. All right. So here's a couple things. First of all, this is the swerve. This is the rug pull. This is the moment when it all comes crumbling down and the game goes, oh, did you want us to be a Metal Gear game? Guess what? Fuck you. Oh my god. For the majority of this game, what they're trying to do is have Raiden be a blank slate that you can imprint yourself on. They try to give him as little as possible, aside from, he was trained in VR. Like, that's like playing video games. You love video games. You played Metal Gear Solid 1. You did a VR simulation of Shadow Moses. Raiden's just like you. They give him like this very blank slate to put yourself into the shoes of, and then take every opportunity to be like, Raiden is not Snake. And it's not like an indictment of Raiden in any way, other than the player's expectation of playing the game as Solid Snake. At this moment, when you get to this point in the game, every single boss fight we've done, we have failed at. We failed to kill Fortune. We fail to stop Fatman, in that we defeat him, but his plan didn't matter. It wasn't the terrorist plan. He was just kind of doing his own thing. Who cares? We fight Vamp several times, and never managed to kill him. And in fact, he's still alive, and he winds up killing Emma instead. We fuck up. We fuck up so bad. We are not Solid Snake. We don't work that way, and the game wants us to know it. And when the game gets to this part, it wants to chide us for expecting Raiden to be Snake. When Raiden talks about image training, he's talking about these expectations that masculinity places on him. The way that warfare is conducted by taking advantage of expectations of masculinity. And what the player represents is the desire for Raiden to conform to those expectations. The player is the societal expectations that Raiden will behave like Solid Snake when we control him, that he will be a man in every sense of the word. And Raiden is not those things that the player wants him to be. At this point in the game, we have done as much as we can to imprint ourselves onto Raiden and to think of Raiden as the player XP. Even though the game is going, hey, Raiden's a bit of a blank slate. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that kind of weird how much of a blank slate he is? Isn't that kind of uncomfortable that he just has nothing going on? And then they give him a backstory that is impossible to relate to. I don't think there's very many people playing this game, maybe a non-zero number, but there's not a lot of people playing this game who grew up as a child soldier in Africa at the age of 6. Not a ton. It's not a very big demographic. So it's very likely that the backstory they've just given Raiden is not one that we can relate to. It is not a thing that we can share. It is not a way to draw us into this character. It is in fact a way to eject us from him. It is a way to say this character is not you. It is not Snake. And expecting him to be either is your problem. It is doing him harm. The fact that society is expecting Jack to be that is harmful. It is fucking him up. And they are going to take every opportunity from here on out throughout the rest of the game to draw you out of this character. They are going to give him a backstory you cannot relate to. They're going to take away your ability to use first person by giving you a weapon that Solid Snake would never use. And at the end of the game, he is going to pick up a pair of dog tags with the name that you entered, the name that you gave him, and he is going to throw them away. He is going to throw away the expectations of being a main character in a Metal Gear Solid game, but also the expectations that society places on men. He has a dead name, and he throws it the fuck away. I love this game. I'm so excited. And they make him naked when they do this. They do. He is laid bare. He is no longer wearing a costume. He is no longer wearing the idea of Raiden. He is stripped to the core. God, this game's silly.
Hey, Bun. Can you do a cartwheel and open the codec mid-flip? Thanks.
I know what you're asking for, and I'll do it. You got it. All right. There you go. You happy? There you go. So I want to talk about a couple other things going on here. One is that our map screen here purports to be taking place in the stomach of Arsenal Gear. What we have down at the bottom is the world tortoise. The world here is depicted as a dome on top of the backs of 4 elephants, on top of a turtle, on top of a snake devouring its own tail, the Ouroboros. It is a false world, a flat world, a disc world. And we are deep in the guts of this game. It wants you to think of Arsenal Gear as a living entity more than a machine. That is why we're in the stomach. And we're about to exit into the jejunum, which I believe is the upper section of intestines.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact. Your role, that is mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance. Complete your mission according to the simulation.
Colonel, who are you?
No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
4 a.m. the first time I got to this section.
Turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry. It's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it. Infiltrate.
Even the music sounds like reality itself is falling apart.
Destroy the final weapon, Metal Gear.
A direct quote and footage from the beginning of Metal Gear 1. Why is the system glitching out? So great question. I have 2 answers for you, actually. It's possible that the reason that the game is becoming so unhinged is because we uploaded that worm cluster, right? But it's entirely possible that the AI is manipulating us by pretending to be destroyed by the virus. It's unclear as to whether or not this is true. The idea that we even uploaded the virus means that it could have not worked at all. It could work and have been manipulated beforehand to do something else. It could work perfectly just over time, or it could work halfway. Like, there's so many explanations to... I love that when we upload the virus, it stops at 90% because it leaves it so open to our own interpretation what is going to be the outcome of that, right? I really like that this entire area has like weird artifacting all over the walls and things. Like it's a fake place. Like it's a virtual environment. Like that's just true. right?
You have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
This game does such a good job of asking you what parts of it are true and what parts of it are not. Like, what parts of this game are real? None?
Wait, is the AI trying to get us to stop playing the game, so we fail?
That's certainly an interpretation you can have, yeah. The game wants you to think about what you're playing as, because it's no longer Raiden, right?
You, but on Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate. I'm sorry.
I felt betrayed.
Sorry to bring this up during the mission, but...
The ascending colon. Connection between the colon and the lower intestine?
President Baker should be somewhere to the south of where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code.
Okay, this gives me a great opportunity to talk about something that I've been meaning to for a little while. Is it MGS1? Yes, that's a quote from Metal Gear Solid 1. So a couple of these quotes are from Metal Gear Solid 1 or the older Metal Gear games. Here's an interesting thing to think about, is that this, to me, is one of the best representations of an AI in a video game I have ever seen. And that's only more true in 2023. When it had to create a circumstance in order to turn Raiden into Solid Snake, when it had to put together this whole situation, all it could do is use parts of previous Metal Gear games. It could only use things that it knew from the last game. Yeah, exactly. It can only regurgitate the things that people have made before and put into it. It's not creating anything new. It's taking pieces of things that we experienced of the first Metal Gear Solid game or the previous Metal Gear games and creating something out of them, patchwork. It's absolutely a real AI. It's a plagiarism collage. Exactly. That's why the relationship between Raiden and Solidus is that of Big Boss and Solid Snake. It's why they orchestrated a cyborg ninja to show up. It's a circumstance created by AI, the way that AI actually works, which is piecing together what it knows from the past. And when it starts directly quoting the previous Metal Gear games here, that should really hammer the point home that that is the way that this AI works. Like it is created entirely by people and can only be representative of the systems and prejudices that those people come from, right? It can't ascend beyond things like capitalism or white supremacy or patriarchy because it was built in those systems by people who exist in those systems, right? And that's why it has to regurgitate the same things over and over. It's one of the reasons why we're ascending through the colon from the stomach. We have been devoured and it has digested and is excreting pieces of culture into a worse form. It's an uncreative mess created by an AI that cannot be creative. It's also a little bit chiding the player for expecting that regurgitation, for expecting the same thing over again. The game wants the player to know that Kojima doesn't want to make Metal Gear Solid anymore. This game is anathema to the idea of expecting Metal Gear Solid 2 to be like Metal Gear Solid 1, but better. It's making fun of you for wanting that because you've already had it. What is the point of having it again? I mean,
In
yeah.
my defense, I had ice cream too. It have it again.
I adore this representation of an AI where the kernel switches between regurgitating like encyclopedic facts, making up strange hallucinations, and recontextualizing previous fiction. It's very accurate to the way that AI works, and it's just fascinating to see it represented here.
You know what we need? We need to take Hideo Kojima and we need to make him really happy for like a decade.
Yeah, so he makes a game that like predicts just a
incredibly happy stuff.
Yeah.
So that he's not able
a
to
bright and wonderful future instead. Yeah.
legitimately, I will never forget, like, the way it felt when Death Stranding came out and then COVID hit.
Yeah, Cassandra is a video game developer, and that's a problem.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology. That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose. Yes. It's an ugly word. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone. Like what I felt for you. I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me. The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end, too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
Oh, Jack.
I feel better knowing that.
What?
I was in love, or thought I was, with someone who didn't exist. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that?
Jack!
What?
You're so brave. Thanks for the follow.
I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
This is so surreal. I love it so much. Because, like, how much of that do you believe?
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Snake!
Did Snake just say we have a nice ass? Is that the implication? Oh, look. The game is like, Raiden is not Snake.
Everything you had when you were captured is still there. Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was rigged by the Patriots?
Looks like it. From what I can tell, Arsenal is headed for Manhattan. I don't know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal with it one way or another. There's also a troop of production model Rays ahead. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can, because we have no other choice. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
Why?
Olga asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades.
Okay, couple things that I want to point out really quick. Oh my god. Okay, so at this point, the game has given up all the pretense of you trying to make Raiden behave like Snake. One of the things that I think people didn't like about Raiden when they started playing Metal Gear Solid 2 is that he's not Snake. And I think that's on purpose. The game wants to put you into Raiden's perspective, wants you to see through his eyes, puts you in first person for like a huge portion of the early game, and makes him a blank slate that you can relate to, only to tear you out of that character. But here's one of the most definitive moments when the game is saying to the player, this is not Solid Snake, you cannot make him be Solid Snake, and you cannot be him. This is one of the moments where the game is taking Raiden away from you and your expectations and the way that you want him to be, because Raiden's gonna be his own character, and fuck what you think. You can't tell Raiden who to be. The controls for the sword involve using the right analog stick, which does not do anything in a Metal Gear Solid game. The Metal Gear Solid games, up to this point, have never used the right analog stick for fucking anything. One. And two, you never need to go into first person with the sword. Why would you ever do that? So all those instances where you had to go to first person in order to use the coolant spray or the directional microphone or to fight Vamp, the game has decided to make Raiden his own person.
Come on,
not you.
If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely.
Unlimited
Infinite
ammo.
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
Oh, happy Pride.
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
We don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future. You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
You ready for the message of the game?
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
That's it? That's the theme? That's the message? Okay? Now we just need to drill it into your heads, which is what I'm doing. I'm taking my interpretation of this game. I'm taking all the things that I know and think and experienced about it, and I'm telling you. I just realized something. I've never met you all in person before. Wait a minute. I've never met you in person before. Bun, turn the game console off right now. I'm giving you what, like, my interpretation of this game is. Do I read into some parts a little too much?
Wait,
yeah,
so
probably.
It was just existentialism all along? I could have just read thousands of pages of dense French philosophy instead of paying for a video game? These are Casey's favorite enemies, because they wear Tabi boots.
That's a good choice too.
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't a relay point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
That's impossible.
The
Fucking
kernel probably
Chat
isn't
GPT.
GW per se. The kernel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy.
But it's probably the truth.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done so far?
Right.
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap.
Help! Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
What if I've never really met her?
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to
Snake would mention
conclusions.
Campbell. Snake hasn't seen the Colonel, so he doesn't know
the Colonel never existed.
what it looks like.
Is this what Olga was talking about?
Does it imply the Colonel never existed or just now? So, Colonel Campbell during Shadow Moses exists. Colonel Campbell's a real person. The AI we've been talking to is not Campbell. It's implied that the Colonel could look like anything, and the reason it looks like Campbell is because we played Metal Gear Solid 1, so we're expecting the Colonel to be Campbell. It only looks like that because the player played Metal Gear Solid 1. It's unclear whether or not Raiden sees the Colonel the same way we do. It's probably true, but it's not necessarily true that the Colonel that Raiden's seeing is Colonel Campbell. So this entire game, the Colonel is fake. Most convenient thing to do here. Fish and mail. Do not continue. Stop playing the video game. You lose, it's time to stop. I love when a video game doesn't want you to play it. Do not mail official material, yeah. You can could see the tears on her face.
The root of all my sorrows. Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't follow them. Our wait is almost over. Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can.
You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Raiden, get out of here!
I love how dreamlike the end of this game gets. This is some Dark Souls 2 architecture.
Jack, I've been watching how you fight.
Also, this is the
Looks like
rectum.
you remember the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriot's puppets. But I've made use of you. And their plan, too. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy. As bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute. Split between life and death. You ran from it. And now you've been led back to war by something less than real. There's no reason to keep you alive now. I've given you a worthy opponent, at least. But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
Oh no, Ash, he's got a point. He's not even going to Nuka City. No, Solidus is just, correct in his plan. He's just also a war criminal. So not only are they trying to mass produce Solid Snake, like mass produce soldiers, at this point they're mass producing Metal Gear. Alright, so before we get to the end of this game, this completely becomes unhinged. What questions are y'all having? What do rations taste like? Mostly cardboard. They're not great. I had some of those calorie mates from Metal Gear Solid 3. They're bad. Ever met Kojima? No. I don't think I'd want to. Oh yeah, femboy. The Metal Gear that's a femboy? No. The reason they call the area this is because they pitted me against a bunch of Metal Gears and I wrecked them. Fucking. But no. God, no. Come on! As you like.
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
So many dead, and they all died trusting you!
I know I'm going to help, but at least my child.
I applaud your attitude. If you have a death wish, I'll be happy to accommodate you. Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's pick up where we left off. What's wrong with it?
AI, GW, it's out of control.
What happened?
Maybe some kind of virus.
The Patriots?
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal's system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
So, like, was this something the virus did, or something that Ocelot is doing? Bake them bisexual.
Damn the Patriots!
I've captured Snake.
Bring him in.
So the game is now off the rails, I would say, and it's about to
Are
get
you awake yet, Jack?
weird.
GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
He believes that Raiden is being protected by the Patriots and that a member of the Patriots is in his rank. So he's trying to see who's going to come out to save Raiden.
I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest the idea to you in the first place. I was planning to give you Arsenal to begin with.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. Against a large attack force without support, Arsenal is nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Seizing Arsenal gear was never the real objective. A list of names of the Patriots! They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
We'll take the Arsenal since you don't care for it anyway.
I won't stop you. Good luck.
Thanks, but I have quite enough of that. What exactly do you find so funny?
Charades usually are humorous. Everything you've done here has been scripted, a little exercise set up by us. The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. This is the S3 training kernel, an orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
They're going to tell us the S3 plan is like 5 different things.
And the president's deaths, the ninja, the computer virus that mimics Foxdie. Did you really think they were all a coincidence? AIM's own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker. I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well. As for the president, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out his allotted part. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus. Fatman was a different story. He's one of our own people. A sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. If the boy had allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there. Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience.
Yeah, these are clips from the trailer.
Olga, you're all nothing but
the pre-release
placed
TGS
to create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses. You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound. We've gone to a lot of trouble
so
to
is
set
he
you up
basically
against the
just
boy.
say that like
That story
a
about
well-designed
purified
training
hydrogen
program
bombs
actually
is just
could
the
work?
tip of the...
Each explanation for what's really going on is more interesting than the last. in my opinion. It feels like
was
an
an act
expensive
of
way
the
to train one
Patriots.
soldier. Good
We
thing
provoked and
it's
encouraged your
not.
hatred.
Orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project? How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Do you know why no bullet could hit you? It was all staged by the Patriots.
Dude.
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. We needed a pathetic wretch like you to keep them focused. You've been our puppet all along, just like Olga. You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you.
Bullets are magnetic. They're non-ferrous, but they are magnetic. You can change their trajectory slightly, but electromagnetics, the electromagnetics required to actually cause the bullet.
It missed. Waste of metal, my dear, but your luck's run out. This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural. Only cutting-edge technology.
My dad is a ghost by I just want to point out Ocelot's been doing nothing but lie right now. Like, all of it. So disappointed never got to fight the Marines, right? That's not your fight. That's Snake's fight. You're not Snake. No. I feel like this game does a pretty good job of hammering that point home. No. You do not get to be Snake. But I want to be Snake? Yeah, no. This game does not want to give you what you want. Dual katanas of such a badass ex-president. His katanas are called Democrat and Republican.
You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
Die!
Everybody down!
I've got goosebumps.
What the? Impossible!
She is Lady Luck.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
No!
He's seething.
No! No, not now!
I need to take my copium!
Brothers! Liquid!
Liquid is the shit poster that comes out.
I've been waiting for this! I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken. Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
That jacket just bursting off his arm.
I'm off to bury the Patriots for good. But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss.
Alright, this is the scene where they cut out Arsenal crashing into Manhattan and knocking over the Twin Towers. Because this game came out in 2001, and they were like, yeah, probably nix the part where it does that. Yeah, so right here, just imagine it crashing into Manhattan. I don't feel like the game is worse for it. Like, it's a little bit jarring, but it's not terrible. Like, this is fine. It's like, yeah, we get it. It's okay.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
That's right. George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago.
Hey, remember when I said GW stands for George Washington?
We were going to declare another independence. The dawn of a new nation. Here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule. Liberation of this country.
Jack, do you remember what tomorrow
This
is?
was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities, the founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into
My head
the
hurts
next
already.
generation.
Oh god. Newbie, stop watching.
Data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy, cloned from our father, with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch?
I'll try to explain exactly what's going on as soon as we get the final explanation for it.
When the torch
right before this
it
final boss
extends
fight.
beyond. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us even that. I will triumph over the Patriots.
You're president of the United States.
And
People are going to
liberate us
remember the
all.
U.S. president, my
And
dude.
we will become
Who was the 34th president?
sons of liberty.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here. To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
Here we go.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we. Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us. But there are things not covered by genetic information. Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really. But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate. Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths.
Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric, to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
I love this game so fucking much.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not? I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you.
You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being. Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
This fucking Darvo AI.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness. S3 is not you, a soldier trained in the image of Solid Snake. It is a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
What you experienced was the final test of its effectiveness.
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof. Solidus raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past. All the others remember what they were and pay for it daily.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success. Your persona, experiences, triumphs,
is he still
and
talking to
defeats are
Raiden?
nothing but it's taken
Or
a
is he
lot of
talking
time
to the
and
player
money.
at this point?
But it was-
Because the
I
game
think
is
that's
playing
enough
you, and it
talk.
wants you
It's
to
time
know
for the final.
it.
Raiden, take Solidus down.
Think again. I'm through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to
You
believe
have to be
It will be a
live
fight
me.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. Will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters. Enjoy yourselves.
That line was 100% made in translation, by the way. I don't think that line happens that way in the Japanese version.
We need to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival. By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents.
I mean, okay, but, like...
I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop, your own double helix. It's time we were both free.
I love this. Literally freed him.
Brace yourself.
I like to think that our sword is called Anarchy. But you know. Okay, where to start? Okay, first of all, Metal Gear Rising doesn't have the balls to say this, but the beginning of the speech with the Patriots involves them saying, as long as America exists, so do we. They are not human. They cannot be fixed. Their minds cannot be changed. They are the system that perpetuates the status quo. They are systems of capital, systems of patriarchy, systems of white supremacy that perpetuate themselves, and they cannot be fixed. They cannot be manipulated. They must be destroyed. The fact that the Patriots are not what you would call human isn't saying that they're ghosts. It's not saying that they're machines. It's not even saying that they're AI. It's that they exist in our social structure, not in the physical world. When they say our beloved monsters, right? In the conversation with Rose earlier in the game, they talk about going to watch King Kong. And I said earlier that they had an argument about which one the Chrysler building was in, King Kong or Godzilla. And Godzilla is representative of Solid Snake. Solid Snake is a monster created from the nuclear age who fights other monsters to save the world, right? He's the Godzilla in this circumstance. Whereas Jack is taken as a child soldier from the third world and brought to New York, where he falls in love with a woman. And like, seeing them as monsters is just one of many fascinating things this game is doing.
Snake is an embarrassment from the 70s.
Kinda, yeah. This game ends with a battle on top of a New York building. Yes. Yes, it do. Okay, the destruction of the Patriots seems insurmountable because when they say they congealed, what they mean is that those systems, those preconceptions, those ideas that we have about things like patriotism and masculinity and like the role of a soldier or what legends should be, like all of these things are influenced by precepts and concepts and people that don't exist anymore, that have died out hundreds of years ago. We're going to see that's an important part of who the Patriots are. Yeah, the idea that they are forged in the crucible of the American Revolution and prior systems that existed before is fascinating because those are all the same systems that influence the player and that the player is bringing to these games. They're the expectations that the player is bringing to Raiden. The player is controlling Raiden in a way that conforms to the expectations of a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 1 and all of the baggage that comes with that. The player is putting such expectations on Raiden as the player's proxy in this game, but the game wants you to know that Raiden is not the one being controlled and manipulated. It's you. And it wants you to think very hard about the way that it has played into your preconceived notions, given you a story that you would find acceptable. It's taken all those things that you would recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1 and been like, oh, cool, I love Metal Gear Solid 1. And you're willing to believe whatever it puts out there while you're playing the game so that the game keeps giving you that good serotonin. But this is not the only game that's doing it, and it's not the only piece of media that's doing it, and it wants you to think about that. It very much wants you to think about the way that all of the media you consume shapes your preconceptions and is shaped by your preconceptions, and that anything you consume is both tainted by your own experiences and culture, but also shapes your expectations of media going forward. It's like what Raiden says, we watched movies showing big macho guys with huge muscles and guns. They called it image training. Solid Snake says, video game, how to make, as a way to make the most perfect soldier. That's just great. The conversation is a fourth wall break where the Patriots are speaking directly to you and Raiden just happens to be pulled through the wall with them. I think a lot of the conversations in this game are. I think a lot of the conversations like towards Raiden are actually towards the player, but that Jack is a person, and we're going to see that come to a head very soon. I think this game is what convinced me to go into media criticism in the first place. It's definitely what convinced me to take my current, political stance towards things like postmodernism.
Good work, Jack. But this is where it gets interesting.
Let's go.
All right, there we go. All right. Now for this next cutscene, I want anything Solid Snake says, take it as a statement to the player. In the beginning of this game. Swings his sword is supposed to be him cutting. Yeah.
No one quite knows who or what they are. The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point. There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is. we can tell other people about having faith, what we had faith in, what we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you. I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time.
Mm-hmm.
But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your
That's
choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for
Oh
you
yes,
to
trans
decide.
rights.
It's up to you. By the way, what is that?
Raiden just says, "Oh, it's my dead name."
Dog tags.
Anyone you know?
No, never heard the name before. I'll pick my own name and my own life.
Fuck
I'll
yes!
something worth on. They taught me some good things too.
We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word. Even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry. I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
Do you know where Liquid went?
I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with. Cheer up. We have a better lead. This contains the list of all the Patriots.
But Ocelot took it.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
Does
Patriot's
Olga's child
identity.
come back at all? Yes. Yes,
Which
they do.
means...
Count me in.
No, you have things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
So how much of the conversations with Rose are with an actual person? In this game? Probably just this one?
Snake?
What's wrong?
Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we? See me for what I am, okay?
This is where we first met. I remember now. Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
You know what? Given what I know about New York, they would probably just be kind of mad if Arsenal came through, because it would make a lot of
I
traffic.
found something to
Get your fucking Metal Gear out of here! You can't park this shit here!
to our DNA.
Wait a minute.
Sorrow.
Sorrow? Joy?
Proposal?
It's a Metal Gear Solid 3 reference.
Years.
I stare at the stars.
Alright, let's talk about
But
it.
wait, if Raiden remembered the thing he was meant to remember, and Rose remembered asking him, does that mean she was real for part of the game?
That's a great question, isn't it?
Holy crap. Hideo Kojima is an actual genius, and he knew we'd only remember nanomachines, son.
I love this game. I love thinking about this game. I love re-examining this game every couple of years. I get something new out of it every time I play it, and I fucking love it. This game gives you a lot of contradictory information. It gives you a very weird experience, and then it asks you what you got out of it. It's such a postmodern approach because it says specifically you can't determine what's real and not. There is no objectivity to truth, and anything that we experience is subjective through our own preconceptions, right? But that's okay, because what you get out of it is still real. That consuming art that isn't real is still meaningful. We know that nothing in this game is real because we're a player. It's a video game. We're playing it. Of course it's not real. Like, to Raiden, he's questioning what's real and what's not. But we as a player, like, we know objectively that nothing that happened in the game is true.
One thing that this game has me thinking about, especially with the way that technology has atomized a lot of societal structure in this current day, and how AIOs talked smack about the be nice to other people but beat out the competition, is the game saying it's not okay to just aim for passing on be nice to other people. Because in a way, that's the only thing that a lot of people can pass on these days, it feels like.
Maybe a little bit. Like, the AI is incredibly cynical. I don't agree with the AI in this game. But it is saying some really, really interesting things. Yeah, the AIs are incredibly pessimistic. I don't agree with them. The AI has some valid points but draws monstrous conclusions from it. 100% yes.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow, these are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for. We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Snake, you there?
All right.
I've finished going over that disk. It contains the personal data of 12 people. Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
I think that line is so incredibly important for the message of this game, and leaving that open-ended, because the people who created the systems that are oppressing us are dead and gone. They are food for worms, but they're still poisoning every aspect of our lives. They are still trying to control us. Oh yeah, well, Mitch McConnell's still alive, but like, you know... Traditions being bullied by dead people. Yeah, that. God, this game is so good. I'm so passionate about this game. It's one of the things that I love about this game, because the message that it gives you at the end is the things that happened, the experiences that you had, those are yours. You decide what to take away from them. And when you find something to believe in, you pass it on. The point of this game is that you didn't get definitive answers. You have to sort through facts that contradict each other and decide morally what your takeaway is and what you're going to pass on from that information. When the Patriot's AI is talking, when it says people exist inside their own little bubbles online, that they leak their own half-truths into the cesspool of society at large, you can use facts to prove anything you want to believe. And if people want to find something they want to believe, they can find facts to back that up. They won't be good, they would be open to scrutiny, but the internet's big. And if you want to think that vaccines cause autism, you could probably find a study that says that. You know, if you want to believe something that's just not true, that you can do that now. You just get to live in whatever world you feel like. But what the Patriots, the point that I think they're right about is that the idea of something like, why don't we go here for now? Why don't we go here for now? Okay. The ideas that they have about social Darwinism are fucked and stupid, and I hate them. However, their idea about natural selection taking place, I think, is worth thinking about, because in the free marketplace of ideas, how does an idea ever go away? When do we get to stop debating it? When have we decided something definitively? How does that happen? I think it's pretty clear that trans rights are human rights, that the existence of trans people is not harmful to anyone. I think and believe wholeheartedly that it is 100% definitively proven that allowing people to live in a way that is genuine to them in terms of their expression is a benefit to them and all of society. But there are people who think that we need to debate this every time it comes up, that the existence of certain people is just open to debate. Why aren't we having this conversation? And it's like, what use does that conversation do to anyone? That is doing nothing but harming society by having this conversation over and over and over. Like, natural selection can't take place. No ideas can be removed from the marketplace of ideas, no matter how wrong or harmful or stupid they are. How do we make societal progress when there's no mechanism to remove ideas that are provably false? Right, it's not a debate anymore, it's 1 + 1 = 2, but people want to debate that? What? I find it very interesting that this game wants to tackle ideas like that, and it came out in fucking 2001! It came out before Facebook and Twitter existed. I think this came out before MySpace. What the AI is the algorithm, right? They are an algorithm that decides what information to put in front of people to manipulate them into believing something. In the case of the Patriots in this particular video game, that's upholding the status quo. But it could be anything. And it happened with YouTube. YouTube's algorithm got out of hand and started funneling people into an alt-right pipeline. That wasn't necessarily a conscious choice of the people who run YouTube. They didn't decide to do that. The algorithm did. And this game, talking about the dangers of letting society decide what, not just society, but letting algorithms decide what information is and is not relevant to us, is so much to digest. This game is a lot. I love talking about it. I love thinking about it. I absolutely just adore it. And I could do this all day. But I feel like I made my point. And it's also midnight. So I'm gonna find somebody to raid.